All right, everybody, let me know what the volume is like. I feel like I need to turn down the music a little bit. At least it's loud in my ears, but let me know how it is for you. For all of you, let me just turn it down a little bit here. There we go. Music is really low. Okay. I just lowered it. Let me turn it up a little bit then. Let me know if that is any different. What about here? Welcome, GSF. Okay. Hopefully it won't pick up too much noise. Get started in a moment here. I don't know exactly what at the Budgie site I'm going to be working on today, because releases themselves don't actually take all that long. I think the longest part will actually be writing the release notes. So, oh, actually, do I even have Ghostwriter installed? Oh, I don't even have Ghostwriter installed. Maybe I should do that. Let's see, sudo pacman tac s Ghostwriter. Okay. I'll have that installed now, so that should be good to go. And actually, I might need to keep this up anyways, in case I want to do the release bits in Alacrity. Okay. Fire up the Budgie site here. Oh, right, I was working on converting a lot of the older release notes over. I really haven't had the, well, I should say I've had the time, technically speaking, to work on the Budgie site. However, I haven't chosen to allocate that time towards working on the Budgie site because I've had other things I've wanted to do and all that. So right, but let's go ahead and just get started here. Hello. All right, so let's go ahead and do the old transition. So hello everyone. Oh, it seems to have reset my font size, I think, or at least it's not. No, let me increase the font size a little bit more. 26 maybe? Do I have to go that drastic in it? Yes, I do. Let me do the terminal font size. I did actually change it before the stream, but evidently it's not big enough, which is what she said. The terminal font size. There we go. Okay. That is basically the font size that my grandpa would use, but whatever. Okay, so yeah. The first release of Budgie Desktop, by the way, repping that sweet Budgie hoodie. The first release of a Budgie Desktop under the Buddies of Budgie organization, which is pretty exciting. I feel like there has been a much more diverse set of individuals that have contributed this release, or I should say, it isn't mostly me for once, which is super great. We've had a lot of contributions from Foss Freedom, from Sarahbit, from Eben Yeager, and you know, like as you could see, like yeah, I've contributed some, and I've like tracked down some issues and made some like minor changes here and there, but by and large, like I haven't done that amount. Now I feel like this is probably inflated. Because I forgot to do a squash merge. But yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of changes since the fork. This is gonna take a while to write the release notes. I almost feel like we need to do that before. we actually do the release. So might wanna actually get started with that. So the release that we're going to be doing today is Budgie Desktop 10.6. As many of you know, and for some reason it's resetting the Zoom level. But we have more or less, so I should say historically, when Budgie Desktop was under Solus, the decision was to basically do minor release bumps of the 10.5 series and not introduce any new major features or changes. And while obviously we are going to be having a similar approach for Budgie Desktop, it's more of like, so let me rephrase that. So for Budgie 10.5.3, you know, we're like, okay, no like big new features. Let's stick with like bug fixes. Let's stick with improvements and updates and the changes that reflect the latest GNOME stack, you know, so like GNOME 40, GNOME 41, GNOME 42, so on and so forth. And before that, it was like the 3.x releases, like 3.36, 3.38, and so on. So Budgie 10.5 and I think 10.5.1 were kind of like the last major changes for Budgie. And the focus was to work on all the Solus stuff. The focus was to work on Budgie 11. Of course, I would like to preface this that this decision was sort of made around the time where I guess we all had higher expectations for what GTK4 was going to be. And the fact is that GTK4 has been pretty lackluster, and you know, we saw a lot of changes in direction from GNOME in terms of what their priorities are that inevitably made me feel uncomfortable with choosing GTK as the toolkit. I feel like that's all water under the bridge now. It's all old news, but all of that compounding together basically was like, okay, we need to just focus on these minor changes for Budgie and really put our focus into Budgie 11. But of course, when you're coupled with the fact that in my personal case, I was like one of the lead developers of Solus, and the majority of my time was being put into the maintenance of Solus and trying to drive stuff forward with that, and being, you know, blocked in certain ways, or like trying to onboard more people and so on and so forth. The reality is I just didn't have a lot of time to put towards Budgie, and what that meant was it sort of was stuck in this limbo, and that was something I wasn't personally happy with and wanted to address. And of course, when I departed the Solus team, I decided I'm going to be forking Budgie, and it's going to be called Budgie, and that's that. And I just felt that I personally would be a good shepherd for Budgie, you know, a good leader for the initiative to work on Budgie Desktop. I have a clear vision on what I want it to be for 11, for 12, and beyond. And I obviously have a clear vision on how I want other parties to be able to be enabled and engaged in the Budgie Desktop development. So with all of that, the decision was to sort of unlock Budgie Desktop 10 series. It was to work on new features and use it sort of as a platform and a learning opportunity for Budgie 11. So we take a lot of the changes. Yeah, this is mine now. Basically, it's like you could have everything else. This part is mine. This is mine. I'm taking it with me, and I'm going to share it with everybody else, and I'm going to make sure that everybody else is enabled to work and directly contribute, and or at least feel like they can directly contribute, whether that's direct pushing or in some instances when I just want to take a look over some changes, you know, like me looking over a PR or whatever. So yeah, this, yeah, exactly. Exactly, sir. But I am the captain now. Yes, I intentionally scheduled this so people in the US would probably be awake for this unless they decide to sleep in really late. Anyways, so the decision was to treat Budgie 10 series as more of a learning opportunity, you know, introduce some of the refactoring in 10, see how certain things and ideas play out, and apply those lessons that we learn towards Budgie 11. And Budgie 11 is still going to be a EFL It's still going to have our own window manager that is likely going to be based on WL roots and the like, and probably leverage Rust instead of the rest of our platform leveraging C, just for that memory safety and the fact that it allows us to leverage, I should say, the native Rust bindings for stuff like WL roots. But obviously, I'm not locking us into that direction, but it is something that I feel like we have the freedom to entertain and to pursue, especially as we've seen Wayland evolve over time. Stuff like Pipewire evolve rapidly and get really, really good. I use Pipewire on a daily basis, and aside from one issue when I first tried it, it's been like pretty great, especially as I switch between like wired and wireless audio periphery, but like stuff like that. And as we look towards Budgie 11, the reality is it's probably not going to be released for quite some time, and by the time it's released, that Wayland aspect of the ecosystem is going to be broadly adopted and widely supported across both software and, most importantly, hardware vendors like NVIDIA, who are finally getting on board. So, we're applying all these lessons that we're going to learn towards Budgie 11 and sort of unlocking Budgie 10 for people to get involved, for new features to be developed, for treating it as more of a playground, but also trying to do it in a way where we aren't like wasting a bunch of effort going forward, right? I hope some of that made sense. Has any design work started? Yes, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. So a lot of people, when they think of like the shift between GNOME 2 to GNOME 3, right, there was a fundamental change in the user experience, right? I want to make it very clear. While yes, we want to provide alternatives to the default Budgie user experience. So I want to make it clear, alternatives to the default, right? Not changing the default, alternatives to the default user experience for Budgie that would make it so you could theoretically replace like a GNOME shell user experience like design with Budgie components. Budgie itself is not going to fundamentally change in terms of its user experience between 10 and 11. There might be like applet changes we do, the work with Raven APIs will unlock that as an opportunity for a lot of flexibility in Raven. And there's a lot of things I want to do there, but you're not going to see something like a fundamental user experience change between the two. And in fact, what is likely going to look like is something akin to this. Now, I want to preface this as sort of a work in progress design, but this is actually something that I am going to be implementing for the Budgie 11 for the Budgie 10 series. Is this sort of user experience? Well, it's basically Budgie 10, right, with a facelift, with a more modern aesthetic to it, and this is revamping the internal theme. So you're probably looking at it and while like, yeah, the panel is like missing all the components because it's a mock-up, right? The reality is it's gonna look like Budgie. So like if you're worried about it fundamentally changing or something, it really isn't. Between 10 and 11, it's going to be like the stack changing, and there might be some discrepancies or some differences between how it looks under GDK versus how it'll look under EFL, depending on the flexibility of theming there. But this is the goal, is to have you do an upgrade and for it to look like, for Budgie 11 to look like what it looks like on Budgie 10. So yeah. Anyways, but today what we're focused on is Budgie 10.6. Now, what we're going to be doing is sort of a more aggressive versioning of the Budgie 10 series. We've been doing this thing with like Budgie 10.5 and 10.5.1 and 10.5.2 and 10.5.3, basically sort of being scared to increment to a minor. If you think of semantic versioning, you have major, which is the 10, you have minor, which is like the 5, and you have like the patch number. Well, actually, it's like rev number, which is like the 3, and then you could have like patches or whatever. So right now we're on 10.5.3. Next one is going to be 10.5.6, or sorry, it's going to be 10.6, And then moving beyond, we'll have 10.7, 10.8, blah, 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 right? And the work and the changes between them will vary. You know, you might have a 10.7 that is like smaller, but will feature the internal theme, or you'll have a 10.8 that might be massive or something, or, you know, it's just kind of gonna depend. And we're not on a fixed time schedule anymore. You know, obviously we want to be cognizant of the GNOME stack stuff, and us releasing 10.6 now is a conscious decision, because the reality is, if we wanted to, we could have done it earlier, right? We could have done this release like last month or even end of January. But when we were looking at it, we were like, okay, well, there's probably other fixes and changes that we want to get in. And, you know, Cerebit wanted to do a lot more work on kind of revamping the existing internal theme. So it's like, okay, well, we could do that and tag a release, but we're going to have to tag a release before the GNOME stuff anyways, the latest GNOME stack, to make sure that we support the latest Mutter. And there was a lot of changes that we weren't sure going to be landing in, I think GNOME 42 is what we're going on. I don't know. Is it 42? I'm losing track at this point. It was actually easier for me to know when it was like 3.38 and then like 3.40 and 42 and all that. But this change from like the 40 to 41 has been kind of a blur. I mean, the pandemic hasn't helped either, because everything's felt like a blur anyways. But I feel like we're moving on to 42. And anyways, but we're not fixed to a particular time schedule. Just the decision for 10.6 to happen now is sort of like, okay, well, if we have to do a release anyways, then we may as well just wait until we're closer to the GNOME stuff and we know what the changes are like before we then implement those changes and then do a release. So that's what this is all about. So with all that said, let's actually look over all the changes. Now, I would like to emphasize that these are going to be some very high level release notes, okay? This isn't like out of me being lazy or anything, but it's more like me trying to categorize these and sort of consolidate a lot of these changes, right? Like a lot of the changes, Eben Yeager to rewriting and refactoring the notification system, to all the changes that Cerebit has done in relation to the internal theming, and various fixes and bug fixes and the like. So we're going to go over all these and then, you know, go from there. So, but we are going to do this. We're going to have our release notes over here. We're going to have Ghostwriter on this side. Hopefully it won't be too busted. What is all this stuff? Session statistics? Why would I need any of this? Can I hide that? I literally installed this while we were getting started, so. Speaking of GNOME 42, it will introduce more elements of libadwaita. Has Budgie done any mitigations in anticipation? Well, when you think about it, Budgie, so you need to think of Budgie as more of a platform for you to like choose what applications you run, and or vendors to be able to choose what applications they run. And while we aren't going to be adopting libadwaita, what we will be doing when we are revamping the internal theming, and I actually make note of this, is something I intend on doing. I think it should be listed here. Oh, no, it's not this. It's demystifying theme selection. So what I want to do is revamp how we do theme selection and have it where when you choose the dark theme, right, when you toggle that on, that will also set the respective key val in for libadwaita. So yeah. My understanding is there hasn't, like, more elements have been added for libadwaita, and they do now have a stable release of it. However, there hasn't, as far as I'm aware, been a lot of applications that have actually adopted it yet. But what I expect is, as the GNOME releases continue on and we move from 42 into 43, that you're going to see that progressively change and that situation get worse. Well, in my opinion, of course, get worse. But there you have it. All right, so let's get cracking, shall we? So let us just make sure we're on the latest changes. So we are going to have Budgie 10.6. So Budgie, oh my God, why is it defaulting to that font as the default instead of this? Like, why is it changing the font? Can I change that? Font. It's set to auto, so themes. Okay. Well, that's a yikes. All right, so we're gonna do Budgie 10.6 is the first release of Budgie under the new buddies of Budgie organization. Let me know. Yeah, I could see that's a bit hard to see. I do preferences, editor. Can I change the font size? What about preview options? Oh, that's weird. Why is that doing the inverse? Oh, that's, let's see. Fire up OBS here. Whatever, it's just a. Sure. Good enough. This release features a rewritten notification system, internal theme refinements, and well, actually, well, we'll do the whole changelog. So, like notification. I know this is like the most boring aspect of it, but hey, has to be done. Notification system. Rewrite is going to be one major component. We're going to have internal theme refinements. And what I'm probably going to do is lift the images that were submitted by Sarabit in the PRs. Although, come to think of it, I don't actually know how I could embed. Can I upload the images track? I mean, sure. I think I've seen changelogs with images. If I draft a new release here. Yeah, I think I'll be able to just drag and drop images there. Okay. I think he even submitted before and afters in one of the PR. Here. I think this was his only PR for it. Oh, maybe this one has it as well. I mean, yeah, I guess I could pull. Yeah, I could pull some of these images and work with GIMP on that. Or actually be easier on Inkscape. But also, Sarah, but if you want to provide me a high level thing and throw it on like Pastebin or something, you could do that too. I'd be happy to incorporate your release notes. Let's go back to the oldest bits. So oh my God, there's a lot of changes. All right. Oh yeah, forgot about all that. Okay, the window grouping stuff that Julian did. That's crazy. Yeah. Icon, task list, improvements. So we have that. Let's see. Updates for let's just put full changelog. Okay. So we have the icon task list improvement. So I'm going to pull up this, which should have, oh yeah. And why does Vivaldi keep resetting the zoom? It's actually kind of annoying because I wanted to set it to 150%, so it'd be easier for you guys to read. See, icon task list is still a little bugged, by the way. Sometimes Steam's main window doesn't show up. Good candidate for 10.6 if we track it down, I guess. Yeah, didn't you mention that Origin was acting a little funky too? I can't say I've experienced the issue with Steam, but I could believe it given how much of a pain it was for me to track down and find a reproducible test case for the applications I was dealing with. So, I knew my fix probably wasn't going to be like a bulletproof solution. I mean, as you saw from like the development matrix channel. When I was working on it, it was like, oh yeah, I think I fixed it now. It's like, ah, shit, it's back. I was like, okay, I think I fixed it now. Ah, shit, it's back. And it's like, eventually I just shut up and like, didn't say anything because it was like 4 times I thought I fixed it. Your Band-Aid did solve most of the problems. Yeah, but definitely there's some side effects to the window grouping rewrite, but I would say by and large, it's fixed. I mean, it fixed the issues that we were having before that I would say were probably more major, but it's still kind of annoying. Yeah, Origin left a ghost icon a couple times. I almost wonder if it's a symptom of those using tray icons as well, maybe. Right. So in Budgie 10, oh, hello, keyboard, 10.6, window grouping, saw, my God, I swear I could type, but I'm just, despite using this split keyboard, sometimes mentally switching between QWERTY and Colmac really messes me up. Saw major improvements. App grouping rewrite. Saw. Okay, this is actually, I need to lower the font size here. Just for my own sake. Why is it wanting Nato serif as well? Just want Nato, normal Nato sans, damn it. No, I don't need these 400 variants listed. Just the normal Auto Sans. Thank you. Much better. Okay. Hello, what programming language are you playing with nowadays? It depends. So we have C, we have Vala, we have. I'm gonna consider. Well, I'll say the CSS/Sass. Right? It's not really a programming language. I get it, but I'm gonna put it anyways. We have JavaScript/TypeScript. We have Golang. We have. Did I already say Rust? No. Rust. Haskell. Python. What else? I would say they're not programming languages, but there's a lot of like markup format like HCL that I would kind of consider, along with all like the YAML bits that I have to deal with. So 10 Vala, it's a language written by GNOME. Yeah, like 10 programming languages or like syntax stuff. Yeah. One of those I know is going to be going away, and that's the Haskell bit though. So yeah. All right. All right. So rewrites to but let's see. The icon task list and application tracking system so rewrites to application grouping let's see. Incorrect setting of group object resulting in single instances. We'll say improved single instance application tracking. It's a wide skill set. Well, to be fair with the Haskell aspect of that is I can't really get too much into detail. Fortunately, the code base is open source, so I could technically talk about it. However, without going into detail, just say that a work opportunity arose when I first joined at Futurist in January, which is I'm employed there as a software developer, and the code base for some of their legacy infrastructure is written in Haskell. So I basically started learning that to address some of the issues there. And there's other changes that are going to be happening in there, which is why I say, but hopefully not for long in terms of the Haskell stuff. So, and then the C, Rust, that is like sort of mixed between like Budgie stuff and or learning on the side. Vala is primarily because of all the Budgie stuff. TypeScript, I mean, like the whole web development chain is pretty generic, so I could just say the Budgie Site, even though it's also used at work, because a lot of the software development stuff I do is full stack development. So, yeah. And then, of course, you have all the orchestration utilities, which are pretty prevalent, and they all have like their own form of syntax stuff, and then local development through Docker Compose and GitHub Actions, like that stuff uses YAML. So that's where you would see that. So yeah. Let's see. Improvements. Let's see. Or changes to application grouping, bug fixes with applications that that do not provide a WM class. So we have that. Let's see what else. I don't think I'm gonna put fuckages. Do you think it's a good idea to learn VM/Kubernetes as a web dev, or maybe as a backend developer? I will say you need to learn. You need to learn something in terms of cloud orchestration. You can, and it kind of depends on what you're learning or what you need to be using. Like if you're using GCP, like Google Cloud Platform, then you should go through like the Google Cloud Platform associate cloud engineer certification program. Like I'm actually going through that on the side. If you need to do AWS stuff, then you need to sort of know vaguely how their build system works and code commit works, and some of their orchestration stuff. Fortunately, I will say that the tooling like AWS CLI and kubectl and the cloud Google bin stuff, like they're all pretty good. So if you focus on learning those, then you should be okay as well. And I would say for local development, prioritize Docker and Docker Compose. That's kind of what you're gonna see. As great as Podman is, the reality is you don't really see that when it comes to adoption. Are there any parts of Budgie that are off limits for changes in the 10.x series except for the toolkit? I would say off limits is a wrong way of looking at it. When we think of what changes make the most sense for Budgie 10 series, we really need to also think about it in the context of, are we as individuals wanting to put the time and effort into this aspect of the code base when we know that we would have to duplicate that time and effort for Budgie 11, right? Because not all that code is going to be translatable. So I'm actually going to also turn down the music a little bit. Does that turn it down just for me here? Ooh, might only turn down for me. Yeah, so that's what I would say is we sort of need to take a look at what is best in the now, like what issues need immediate addressing, or we know that we can apply down the road, right? Or pave the way, or we know these changes will actually provide us a good learning opportunity for Budgie 11. Like that's sort of the approach we look at it. I wouldn't say like things are quote unquote off limits, but the approach I try to instill in people is we're all volunteers, right? We all need to look at, logically speaking, what makes the most sense to work on. So yeah, I played around with Docker and Docker Compose with microservice architecture, yeah. All right, so bug fixes with applications that do not provide WM class. Let's see. Well, changes to fix it. Well, what the hell happened there? Fixes to applicate. I'm gonna call this application tracking and icon task list. It's a bit wordy, but whatever. Fixes to Libre Office application grouping. Okay. Fix button not being removed from icon task list when unpinned. Fix pin through drag and drop. That's a lot of LibreOffice stuff. Don't animate icon when grouping is disabled. I'm not actually sure what that one is all about. We see animation. Let's see. Let's search for grouping in the code. If I could type correctly, grouping. Oh, why? Hold on. This should be enabled. Let me disable and re-enable. Oh, you know what? It's because it's not a PR. That's why. I bet if I go to the PR though, it should show up. This was quite early on. Oh, you know what? No, it never was a PR because it was originally submitted to the old Budgie desktop repo. So it was never PR'd. It's gonna be a bit of a pain. I'll have to search for grouping, I guess. Oh, no. Group. All right, it's gonna be a bit of a pain to find what code was specifically unless it was okay. It's just preventing unnecessary animations. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about that then. All right, that was fixed in relation to the icon grouping. I am going to scroll up to where I made changes in relation to it. Newer. Like there isn't a massive amount of changes. What Linux distributions are contributing to Budgie and are part of the buddies? So at the moment you have a Codec from EndeavorOS. He's kind of gone a bit quiet since his contribution, but that's okay. Like everybody has a certain limited time. But I would say, given the fact that I use EndeavorOS on my laptop and on my desktop, well, I should say on my work laptop I use EndeavorOS. On my laptop, my personal laptop at the moment, I just installed Ubuntu to make it easier for me to test the Budgie 10 stuff under the new GNOME stack, because it's actually maybe harder for me to, I don't even know if it's even possible for me to do it under Arch at the moment. Somebody correct me or provide me the best path to do that, and I'll be happy to test it under EndeavorOS/Arch. But it's kind of weird, like when I used to do all that stuff under Solus, that I would just compile Butter and the necessary components myself and install it and just test it that way. But now it's like I'm installing a completely different operating system in order to do that testing. So like having that lack of control is a bit weird. But to get back to your question, I would say it's fair to say EndeavorOS, obviously FOSS Freedom from the Ubuntu Budgie project. Like if we take a look at, let me open this up again. Where is it? Windows. I go to Budgie Control Center, right? It's honestly been like 99.9% FOSS Freedom. Like he has absolutely kicked ass when it comes to the work on like reintroducing, well, I should say, like I did like the initial foundational work of like forking and doing a little bit of rebranding for GNOME Control Center to Budgie and like adding some PRs, and I've done some of that, but 99% of it has been like FOSS Freedom, introducing changes to like hide applications, to add key bindings, fix key bindings, pull in changes from GNOME into it, like a bunch of different bug fixes, tagging new releases for it. So like he's been just an absolute champion on the Budgie Control Center stuff. Like, and this is the sort of freedom that having it under the Solus umbrella, or I should say the Solus-project GitHub organization, wouldn't have provided. It's entirely possible it would have been able to be it would have been achievable through the Git Solus organization, to have this sort of unilateral freedom of some of these individuals to work on this kind of stuff. So I don't want to imply that it wouldn't have been possible under Solus, but under the old, like super old GitHub organization, it wasn't possible because none of us had the administrative access to that. But now that, of course, it's under Buddies and Budgie, I could easily add people as contributors directly, and they have the capability to tag releases, and a lot of them have just direct administrative capabilities, because I trust these people to do the right thing. And when they're unsure about something, that they have a conversation about it, right? That we all get involved and have a conversation about things if we're unsure about the direction of something. So Sarah says, I am now starting my own distro, Sarah OS. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't have the time to create my own operating system if I even wanted to, which I don't. I mean, I don't even have time to like even look at the Serpent OS matrix. Like I just don't have the time for it. So I have no idea what's even going on there. That's why when people are like, oh, he's like joining the Serpent OS team, it's like, I mean, I'm joining their matrix server, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I will say though, and I could say this because I'm not part of their team, that I am very disappointed with the fact that they're all of their web UI stuff that they're making is going to be delaying, because I've seen it with Haskell, I've seen it with all these different more niche languages. There's going to be fuck all contributions to that. That's the simple reality. And it's just going to end up being in a, like, I just know it's going to be in a stagnated place. And it's kind of sad to see, or like sad to, I guess, anticipate that. But anyways, right. Application tracking, icon Tesla stuff. Budgie 10.6 is never going to be released at this pace. So fixed compilation, a lot of notification stuff, a lot of niceties from Cerebit. This didn't fix fucking anything, which is kind of annoying. It didn't break anything though, so it's nice not having to have that code in there. Here we go. Fix exclusion of valid applications. My hate for Windows growing, so is my love for EndeavorOS. Yeah, I mean, when you really think about it, like, EndeavorOS itself is such a small layer on top of Arch that you're more or less just running Arch. With a tiny amount of value add by the Endeavor individuals, like some of their utilities. But I would say that it's like, I feel like if their goal was to just be that small layer on top and make it trivial to actually install Arch and get introduced to that ecosystem, they've absolutely nailed it. I don't actually have any complaints about it. Let's see. I'm just gonna copy paste that. Okay, so we have that. Oh, you know what? Let's open collective stuff. If you would like to support our work, you can contribute financially at on our open collective. But yeah, I guess going clear back. So EndeavorOS, Ubuntu Budgie, and Ebenezer from Solus. I would say those are the three main. So I guess like if you really want to think about it, it's like we sort of gained EndeavorOS. I haven't seen anybody from like Gecko Linux or OpenSUSE reach out at all. I mean, they don't have to. It would be nice. I just don't have the time to personally chase those individuals and see, is there ways that they could get involved. Yeah. A distro by me would essentially just be Solus style experience built on Arch with no special repos and with Budgie as default. Well, I would probably do a special repo that's just Budgie, because the defaults that are shipped with, well, I should say there are no defaults that are shipped with Budgie Desktop, and they have like the reverse dependencies are a bit fucked in that like they have it where Budgie Desktop View I think requires Budgie Desktop when in reality it doesn't. And in fact, you get a warning in Budgie Desktop if Budgie Desktop View doesn't exist in the path. So it's kind of the inverse. Budgie unstable Arch repo win. I mean, I'm open to taking over. I don't know what the process is for taking over for AUR, like taking over AUR repos, but I would be up for being the maintainer of like Budgie Desktop Git as an example. So, because I mean, I use Budgie anyways. Might investigate. Well, maybe I should be the one to ping them given, you know, BDFL status, but it would be nice to be able to have multiple people just be able to contribute. So if I don't have time for something, you can just contribute a change that like fixes the build or whatever. That would be nice. But I've kind of, I already have push. Yeah. I just, I don't want to be bitten in the ass with, like I kind of was in the Solus universe of not having like proper administrative access to some things. I don't want to relive that. So those are the improvements on that front. Oh my God. And then we have to get to the internal theme refinements. So we're going to be here for about an hour. Right. Let's see. So 44. Yes. Did you actually say what the issues were specifically that you wanted to address? No. Well, fortunately, I have like a screenshot here, and you've provided these sort of screenshots of like before and after. So, well, I don't think this one's necessarily applicable, but let's see. There are notes here. No. All right. I clearly need to provide like some sort of guidance and have it in like the PR template on how to detail changes. If you need info. Yeah. It would be nice. Like I know you've done like border radiusing changes on the popovers. You've done some spacing refinements. It's actually, I'm gonna just write these down. Spacing refinements, and then we'll translate this into actual sentences. Refinements, border radius changes. We've seen fixes to was it element positioning, I guess, but it's like panel and applet positioning. things like margins and paddings. What else? So primary goals with the theme rewrite were to fix consistencies or inconsistencies across different GTK theme widget themes, along with border radius, padding, and spacing, as well as a unified color scheme for widgets within the panel. Okay, that's pretty good in terms of just a direct copy pasta here. The goal, so the primary goals with the theme, with the internal theme rewrite were to address, I know, fancier words, inconsistencies across, let's see, crossed one. Oh, the fuck? There. Different GTK themes. Border radiuses on pop-up dialogues. I believe you did this for Raven widgets as well. Oh yeah, you did remove borders here. You fixed the expanding stuff. That was actually pretty dope. Liked that. Vertical themes. Good. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, I forgot about this. I'm gonna have to talk about the every 10% thing, because that's actually valuable. Having that at work and seeing it gradually drop down. I mean, I have the percentage like label as well, but still. Yeah. Semi-transparent, yeah. Remove special theming from end region was really nice. Padding on most dialogues, Raven widgets, and panel. Not technically panel applets. Panel popover content. Spacing in the form of padding and margins. Unified color scheme, reduction in semi-transparency. If I could fucking spell it. All right, please. Oh my God, it doesn't have transparency. One thing I will say that I've gotten so used to, because I do a lot of like, when I do write-ups of things, a lot of it happens in like Google Docs, and Google Docs is like automatic correction, as well as the fact that you can press, like, if it provides a suggestion, you can press tab and it'll just auto-complete like common language structure in English. So fucking handy. I wish we had that in like a lot of the open source stuff. Did set spacing for, yeah. Yeah, I'll let's see, alongside minimum width for applets which How would I phrase this? So this font size on the other side is just kind of silly as well. So a little bit more. Okay. Let me save this just in case. Hello? Save prompt? Is it just saving as untitled1? Despite the... Okay. I guess it is now untitled-1 dot markdown somewhere because it doesn't provide me a save as prompt. Let's see. Promotes uniform spacing on the panel. Reduction in semi-transparent to improve readability. Having grammar checking at the same level would probably, as Google would probably require an absolute massive data set. Yeah, it would. But there's no reason why, because you could get the data sets pretty small. I mean, there's a reason why you're also able to do that on mobile devices and it all be local. It's because they have like just an optimized compressed data set locally. There's no reason why you couldn't have like a massive like terabyte or petabyte scale data set in the cloud that's open source and then provide like compressed consolidated data sets for clients locally as an example. So you don't have to have like a terabyte of data set. You could have like a few gigs or something. Google Docs is great, especially if English isn't your first language. That too, yep. I'll be sure to mention the panel sizing now being independent of shadow size. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna have like an other section as like a catch-all. Let's see. Removed special theming for the end region, which I'm glad you did, because honestly, I was gonna nuke that code anyways with the rewrite, because I always would disable like the end region aspect, like stylized end region, which begs the question if we even really need that option anymore, because I don't think it would even do anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Does it set a C? I'm guessing it sets a CSS class. Actually, you know what? Let me actually turn on the internal theme. Built-in theme. Oh, it does change the padding. I feel like even, I don't know, I feel like the stylized regions, I mean, it's hard to see because of my camera. Hold on, let me move my camera. I don't even know if you'll be able to see it then, because probably the player controls. But at the bottom, the margins kind of shift. Like, honestly, that shit should just be nuked. Like, I don't see a reason why this, like, we should have this, at least in my personal opinion, the like more compressed form looks a little bit better. Oh, I don't know, actually. I could kind of see, we got to make a decision on whether to have the enabled option be the option, right? Like it, well, I should say, have the enabled option be what it gets stylized as going forward. Or, yeah. I wonder if we could do this. I feel like we could probably do this before the 10.6 release. I don't know, Cerebit, if that's something you want to work on, and submit a PR just so I could like take a look over it and like remove the option from the G schema, Budgie desktop settings, and either have the margins always exist. I think it's mostly changing the minimum width. Okay. I mean, this could always be a 10.5.1 stuff, but it'd be kind of funny to get it in for 10.6. Did I say 10.5.1? 10.6.1. I don't even know if I said that. I'm losing my mind. All right. Let's see. You've done so much more from this. Remove transparency. Well, I can't say remove transparency from built-in panel and Raven style, because I feel like a lot of people are going to treat that as if like we remove transparency entirely, which isn't accurate. Like if I go to Budgie and I go here and go to settings and I click transparency like always, you can see it's actually transparent at the bottom. So we didn't actually remove transparency, so I think I'm gonna omit that one from the log. Like I know what you mean in terms of the transparent ties function itself. So I am actually going to disable the built-in thing. But we'll omit that. We're gonna have let's see, internal theme and panel refinements. Different GDK themes. I feel like this should be rewritten. The primary goals were to address inconsistencies across all Budgie components. This has been accomplished across the board. I'm gonna have to change that with changes to let's see, border radiuses. What? It doesn't update the numbers? 5. Oh, border radiuses, spacing, unify color scheme, reduction in semi-transparency to improve readability, removing of special theming for, actually we're going to call it stylized and regions due to inconsistencies across GDK themes and internal theme, general improvements Yeah, I didn't touch the transparency setting, even accounted for it with the workspace switcher. Yep. Okay. So alongside all this, so remove transparency, theme region, add min width, already covered that. Remove lots of borders and shadows. Reduction and semi-transparency. So we'll have it be here. Why doesn't it increment the rest of these? Why does this suck? Like, I know it fixes it on the other side. Be nice if it fixed it here. Reduction in our use of borders and shadows. Okay. Let's see. All right. Don't murder me, guys. But I'm gonna have to switch to my other keyboard. It's gonna be louder, so just a fair warning. Let me. It's back. Don't need it. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. So where was I? We didn't just stop. Now it's actually my brain switching from Colmac back to QWERTY. On Colmac it goes ARST, so I keep hitting D expecting it to be S because where S is, R is. Okay, we didn't just improve the styling of the internal theme, however. Alongside those changes, significant how do I want to phrase all this? Just put a dot there. We're gonna put use precise battery. Oh my god, precise battery icons. Every 10% where when supported by the icon theme. Yeah, I'd say like the only time I actually use this keyboard, this Vortex QWERTY keyboard, is actually when I'm gaming, because I don't want to mess with building out a layer on my other keyboard, just for QWERTY. Yeah, that was a fallback. Adjust Raven sizing to fit. Raven sizing to fit panel size changes, fixing an issue where Raven could overlap the panel. There's that. Fixes to expanding Raven thumbnail, causing Raven itself to resize. All right, what else do we have? Vertical panel styling. So what was this all about? Clock line wrapping. Okay. Improvements for vertical panels, such as clock. I mean, it's not really even it's not a theming change. Such as clock label, line wrapping, which is good. We'll have to get to all that notification stuff in a moment. Restyle app menu, such as with the Budgie menu, just with Budgie menu. Let's see. image and expander buttons round. I guess it doesn't really look any different to me because of the native theme. Indicator. All right. And I know I'm gonna miss stuff like see, increase default panel size to 36. Which is the result us no longer the extract panel size calculating in the size of the shadow. Budgie theme had basically zero styling for the built-in theme, so it would use the GTK theme style. It didn't look good on themes that didn't support Budgie. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should make note of that as well. It won't be here, but other changes. I did a change. What's that? Oh yeah, high DPI fix as well. Is that an icon task list? No, it does with notifications, okay. Well, that was a bug introduced with the changes, so I don't really, that doesn't need to be noted. Elimination of some legacy queue layout calls in the window manager, which should reduce unnecessary redraws. It did not fix the stupid. If somebody is able to figure out where in the code base it happens, why it happens, and fixes it, let's see, how much do we have in our open collective? Okay, let me sign in then. Oh, it's a hyphen. Forgot the hyphens there. All right. Right now we've raised a total of $260 US, which is amazing. So thank you all for that. Okay, so this is going to be for, I don't actually know if he's here, but I'll mention it. I'll mention an element as well. So there's 3 people that could possibly get this money. You have to fight amongst yourselves to come up with a proper solution. However, if any of you get the annoying flashes in a game or a full screen application whenever you get an incoming notification, I am willing to put forward $150 US from the open collective to getting a fix. Like the fix, I have to be able to take your fix, apply it, and test it, and it actually fix it for me to consider it fixed. But if you're able to get that result without the like disabling of notifications for full screen applications, right? Just to like have a Discord notification pop up when you have a video game playing. If you provide a fix for it, that'll be $150 US going to you for Cerebit, Eben Yeager, and Julian. Those are the 3 candidates. So if you want that money, the race is on. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, other changes. Use of tabs instead of spaces. general reformatting of some code. I feel like it's an issue with the full screen unredirection. Could be outside Budgie scope. This is true. Yeah, before FOSS yes, okay. FOSS treatment is also a candidate for that. For example, if it's in Mutter and it isn't fixed in Mutter 10, right? And he is able to fix it and contribute it obviously to Mutter, it gets landed and included. That 150 will go there too, and it goes for Sarabit and Eben Yeager as well. So if you're wondering why those three people or Julian, why those four people specifically, it's because it's just the people I inherently trust at the moment to sort of follow through with that and make sure that the fix that they're introducing is of high quality and the like. So does sound like a full screen intro. Yeah, it probably is. Maybe it could be fixed, maybe not, but worth maybe digging into if any of you have that issue as well. All right, lots of stuff I'm going to be breezing over there. Let's see. Just Raven. Yeah. Okay. Add support for Do Not Disturb. Isn't this part of your rewrite? I feel like it might have been. Yeah, it was. Okay. Oh, I really should have squashed that change. God damn. Let's see. Reintroduce support for GNOME 40 to enable Ubuntu LTS support. Fix, let's see, prevent crash when somehow deleting the same applet twice. Updated default panel configuration to reflect the one that was maintained. That was how do I phrase this? I'll just say used and sold. Other changes. Introduction. Let's see. Moved from weblate to transifex. Oh my god. Where's the R on QWERTY? Oh, here. Transifex. Okay, it's actually, I thought it was gonna be easier to fucking type on this keyboard, but with the switch from back to QWERTY, nope. My brain isn't having it. Translations, oh my god. Just a real struggle today. Oh. Okay. But this is part of the release stuff. Usually this just happens kind of in the background, like, because it's worth keeping in mind when I was doing the releases of Budgie via the Solus org, it would be put into a Solus blog post, right? So I'd have all the time in the world, but now it's because I want to, I'm going to be releasing it today. I'm having to like write all the release notes today, and I'm gonna have to put pictures in it and make sure those get moved over when I. Oh wait, hold on. That's all. It's going a bit back in time. It ends here. Right. Okay. Yeah, renamed. Renamed Budgie desktop view schema to support its rebrand. Renamed GNOME Control Center references to Budgie Control Center. Would have to wonder if a switch to Wayland would resolve it if we took the appropriate steps in the compositor. Yeah, I imagine it would. Okay, so we have generalized notes there. Eben Yeager, if you want to start writing to me the stuff for the notification system rewrite, you are welcome to do that. I do know that we could write refactored the notification server. So we've moved the notification server out of Raven so it can be utilized in other components of Budgie, such as for example, unlocking the capability to support notification badges in icon task list in the future. So that one. Oh yeah, I guess you did used GTK stack for notification pop-up bodies, providing a better way to replace notification body content. So Eben Yeager says, I think the main end user facing change is how we handle replacing active notification pop-ups, which you just found. Yeah. All right, improved last notification tracking, reducing weirdness with some edge cases like Discord. It was meant to match the existing behavior. Yeah. But I do know you actually fixed some things. Let's see. I feel like you fixed more shit than this. Like, I know you did. You might need to explain it to me because obviously there's quite a few commits because it was a shitload of work that you did. Oh, this is actually a really good one too. I was wondering if I was just losing my damn mind with this, but no, it was an actual bug. Fixed notification mute button, sometimes starting without an image. Let's see. We'll actually do Discord and Firefox. And pausing. Returning the wrong ID. Yeah, fixed a long-standing issue with our notification server. Returning the incorrect notification ID. I'm not sure that was really something that like end users faced, but I know which could impact notification replacement. I think that was the main thing. I mean, obviously I'm gonna like structure these into actual sentences. Let's see. I think this one's just a minor thing where we're already looking up the info. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on, actually. Groups have a proper name. let's see, improved our use of the applications. It's actually the notifications app info fixing issues where notification groups could present the wrong name, such as with evolution and its calendar events. So clicking a notification pop-up will now trigger the default action instead of adding a button for the default. Clicking on a notification pop-up will, why am I manually typing? There's this thing called copy paste. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. This was already something we had, so I don't really need to worry about that. I believe it's something we already had. This is something that was, in my opinion, a regression. I mean, I did say we can add, like, if somebody wants to have the option for it to be not session specific, but persistent across sessions, the notification do not disturb state. I'm open to I'm open to that, having that as an option. Like, somebody just would need to do the work to do that. But by default, in my opinion, it should be session specific. Which actually helps me a lot at work, because if I jump into a meeting, like at the end of the day, which sometimes I do a lot, well, what a weird way of saying that. I have the tendency to be in a lot of meetings at the end of the day. I'll like set DND, so if I'm screen sharing, which sometimes I do, it won't show up anything on my screen like that, any sensitive conversations. But then after that, I'll be done for the day. So like, turn off my system. I would 100% forget DND would be enabled when I would turn on my system again, like the next morning. So, let's see, this is pretty important. Other changes, this. Which fixes a G schema compilation warning. We had another fix as well, which was merged in, just fixing a seg fault. Let's see. Let's see. Caused by using a non-ibus input method. May actually have a lead on the notifications flashing if it's something to do with full screen undirection. Well, imagine if it was like a 10-line fix that was actually super simple and reproducible, and the fix was reproducible by myself, and you immediately got like $150 US for that. Be pretty dope, right? It very well could be. Hey, this is the power of our open collective, right? Because I think if you were able to spend an hour or even like 2 hours working on the problem and fixing it, which isn't always the case, as we know, sometimes a simple fix could actually be much more detailed and take days or weeks to fix, but you might end up also in a circumstance where somebody like myself just might not have the personal time, thank you for the posture check, to fix something like this. So being able to just throw money at people and say, hey, you want to get paid? potentially ends up being like $50 an hour to fix this issue. That's pretty fucking good, like, industry wage. So, but that wouldn't be possible without our open collective. So, you know, I don't see anything else noteworthy for release notes from the notification server rewrite. I wish I had noted in commits when a fix was for something new or something existing. Yeah, I mean, and this is stuff that we will document when I have like the documentation center. And, you know, this is all stuff that, well, obviously is taking a lot more time than I would have hoped, but I'm gonna blame Gatsby for being weird. Because I feel like I would have already had a working solution by now if it was all using Hugo. But all that said, this is all stuff that we are going to document in like the developer contribution stuff. Is, you know, some guidelines for pull requests, for commit notes, for things like that. So when I'm, for example, going through release notes, I know what's for like new issues, long-standing issues, yada yada yada. So yeah, I would also like to note, if you go to our Twitter buddies, Budgie, if you're watching and would like to pick yourself up some nice like Budgie hoodies or anything of that sort, t-shirts, there is a link. You might have to scroll down to our, oh my god, where is it? Spreadshirt. Where is it? Here. You know what? Let me just link it. This is eventually going to be linked on the site. But profits, so like the profit margins from Spreadshirt merchandise purchases, do go to our open collective, and I have validated, if I do, where is it? Is it in contributions? Here, Spreadshirt. Here we go, that $10 US one. So like not a lot of margins, right? But we are getting stuff from Spreadshirt as donations, which is our profit margin. So it's also a way if you want some goodies. It's not as impactful as direct contributions, but at least you get something else out of it. You get something physical out of it, like some stickers and what have you. All right, so we have all this. So let's transform these massive points into something a little more wordy. All right. First, some water. Okay. We didn't just improve the styling of the internal theme, however, alongside those changes, there have been improvements to the panel and its widgets across. Didn't I already use across the board? I did. This has been accomplished. This is gonna have to be rewritten. Or not exam, com. Okay. Across the board. Comprehensive, broad. Really, the source? Across the board. Synonym. Across the board. Sure. It's been accomplished. This just reads weird as well. This accomplished. This has been what? Talented, skillful? No. Yeah, thank you for that. This has been achieved. Oh, actually that's a good one. This has been achieved with changes to border radiuses, spacing, unified color scheme, reduction, removing. Yes, that all makes sense. There's been improvements to. Let's see. For starters, oh my god, starters. Vertical panels are or of a first-class citizen for Budgie in as of Budgie 10.6. Clock applet. Oh, I mean it's a little bit grandiose for saying the clock applet text wrapping is fixed. Let's do we now use, so actually precise battery icon, battery level icons are now used when supported by the icon theme. This means icons, the icon will get updated on 10% intervals. Okay, so that's been, right, so I mean, this is that's not really we're gonna move this down here. Other changes. Okay. So clock, see, the clock applet text will now wrap on vertical panels. The volume indicator tooltip is actually more of it was a fix based on a regression / change introduced with the calculation of these steps. So increased the default 36 pixels. Let's see. Prevented a crash, somehow deleting the same applet twice. Updated the default panel configuration to reflect the one that was used in Solus via its Budgie desktop branding package. This change should now bring into alignment the rest of the Budgie let's see, the Budgie experience for all downstreams and distributors. Actually, this change better communicates our expectation for the default Budgie experience. Prior to this change, there were large inconsistencies such as panel location, top instead of bottom, and widgets let's just say panel location and widgets between downstreams such as, oh, we'll just say distributors such as Arch, Linux, and other consumers like Solus. Okay, so spacing refinements already been covered. Border raise changes, that's kind of been fixed as well. Okay. All right, have all that. Now we have all this. So in Budgie 10.6, our notification system saw a rewrite and move out of notification server, saw a rewrite and move out of Raven, enabling it to be utilized in other Budgie components. When rewriting the notification server, we took this opportunity to fix long-standing issues as well as introduce subtle improvements to the notification pop-ups themselves. So we now use the GTK stack for notification. Yep. We have improved the last notification. Okay. We now properly utilize the notifications app info. Okay. Fixed that. All right. Here are some other changes that we made. Budgie 10.6. Okay. I don't think we'll need a full changelog. I think this breaks it down quite well. Okay, but we need to actually start talking about more the focus on Budgie 10.6. Make notes on GNOME Control Center, Budgie Control Center, as well as Budgie Desktop View, like what the expectations for the version selection there is, in like the header here. So we have so far Budgie 10.6 is the first release of Budgie under the new Buddies of Budgie organization. If you would like to support our work, you can contribute financially on our open collective. So this needs to actually link to that. As well as buy official Budgie merchandise. Non-EU shop here, EU shop here. With the proceeds, actually with the profits from sales going directly to our open collective. All right, so we need Spreadshirt, so let's open this up. Okay. Copy. Like, I know it'll prompt the user, like if they're in the US and they go to the EU one. I still just like linking it just in case. What? No. Fuck you, Twitter. I don't need your... Would you rather shop on our American store? No. But it says your locale is E and US. There. Okay. There's that. Okay. Budgie 10.6 is not just a reflection of our organization change for the development of Budgie. It reflects, well, how did I phrase this in? I feel like let's see. Let's see. It reflects and it would be expansion on the Budgie 10 series with new features and re-architectures, applying the lessons learned from those into our next generation version of Budgie. Let's see. Let's see. Do I mention platform? Platform. Budgie is, we view Budgie Desktop to be a platform rather than a product. Distributors of Budgie Desktop and users should not feel like their choice of theming, applications, or default styles should be at odds with the goals of the project. Budgie 10.6 aims to eliminate the divide between traditional downstream consumers. Oh my God, consumers of Budgie. It's very wordy though. Eliminate the divide between traditional downstream consumers of Budgie and the development organization itself by enabling those downstreams like Ubuntu Budgie to get directly involved in its development. To get say more intimately involved in its development. How I learned scripting. Evan Yeager says, this is a really broad question, but I would say like any other programming, pick what language or whatever that you want to learn, then use it to solve a problem you have. Yeah, I mean, that's really the thing, is assess what your problem is, right? Or what your goal is, the thing that you want to accomplish. And then assess what the best tools are to accomplish that goal. And then learn that or learn multiple programming languages. Yeah, that's like Evan Yeager says, a very broad question that there's no singular answer to that of how do I learn scripting. Just like learning anything, it's about identifying a problem, identifying the best course of action to addressing that problem, learning anything you need to learn to address that problem, and then addressing that problem. Like, it's extremely broad, but that's just how things go in all of your life, right? Like, you have an issue with something in your life, you identify that it's an issue, You come up with an action plan to resolve it. You implement that action plan, and then you reassess, or you assess the efficacy of that action plan, based on, did it quantifiably address your problem? What are the lessons learned? How do I apply those lessons going forward? So on and so forth. Yeah. Okay, so we have all that. Okay. So Budgie 10.6 provides a list of, let's see, Budgie desktop is not just, how do I phrase this without, because I don't want to seem like a product. I mean, it is like an ecosystem, a microcosm, a little rolled macrocosm, or is it macrocosm? Macrocosm. The whole of a complex structure, especially the world or universe, contrasted with the small or representative part of it. It's a large unit or system that contains many smaller bodies. I feel like that's accurate. Series of tubes. Because what I'm trying to phrase Budgie as is like a macrocosm. It's not an ecosystem. An ecosystem, I feel like, is much more broad. Whereas with Budgie, it's like you have Budgie desktop itself and the components that it provides, Raven, the window manager, the panels, that sort of stuff. Then you have now the control center, right? And then you have the desktop view. There's like three, you could really think of as, like, holistically speaking, three components within this macrocosm that is Budgie desktop. I feel like macrocosm might be the best way of, yeah, because of there's smaller bodies. I'm gonna call it a macrocosm. Budgie 10.6 is a macrocosm of components. Macrocosm of various projects. I feel like that's redundant in saying that. It's a macrocosm. Because really I want to highlight Budgie desktop, Budgie desktop view, Budgie control center. Is a macrocosm of software because I'm also trying to communicate alongside this that of course, we aren't a product. I talk about this here? Yeah, we do. We view Budgie desktop. Budgie views Budgie desktop as a platform rather than a product. Let's see. Applying our how did I phrase it here? let's see, applying one of our core pillars of being a platform rather than a product. The goal with Budgie 10.6 and future releases of Budgie is to provide a macrocosm or a minimal set of tightly coupled components and leave the rest of the ecosystem up to the decisions and values of let's see, downstream. Did it already burn through the 2 hour? Oh my god, I did. The music ended. Right. Leave the rest of the ecosystem up to the decisions and values of downstream consumers, be that distributions or end users. This macrocosm in Budgie 10 series is currently the following: Budgie desktop, this repository, Budgie desktop view, a dedicated desktop icons implementation, Budgie, a fork of GNOME control center with various value add such as Raven keybind support, improved fractional scaling support when supported by the operating system, clean up reorganization and reduction. Reduction is a poor word. Reorganization and I'll just say reorganization of functionality. So I already know I have it open elsewhere, but Budgie desktop, we expect downstream consumers of Budgie to use the following. 10.6 plus. Budgie desktop view, it'll be 1.2 plus. And then control center. Uh, 0.4 plus. I mean, it's marked as pre-release, but I feel like it could be tagged as a stable release. Because I don't know about any of you, but I've been dogfooding Budgie Control Center for a while, and I haven't encountered any issues that we haven't been able to immediately address. So but we'll stick with this for now. Budgie desktop introduces changes to our to various components, which expects the above mentioned, isn't it aforementioned? Aforementioned. Yes, aforementioned. Aforementioned forks plus versions. For example, schema changes for Budgie desktop view and and Ebeneger, because I'm absolutely positive that there are going to be individuals in the Souls community that'll be like, oh, hey, I disabled desktop view, or I made these other changes to desktop view and they haven't translated over with this update. It is because of the rebranding, and if they make these changes now, they should expect them to carry forward going until, like, say we rewrite it in EFL as an example, just as a warning in case you get a forum post about that. But that was sort of like a priority, was like rebranding it, and there's only like 5 settings or something, like it's pretty minor, so most people aren't gonna. Can you say that again? Yes. So in Budgie desktop view, like the Buddies of Budgie one, there is the schema rename, right, from us.getsol to org.buddiesofbudgie. So what that means is, because there isn't a usesconf dconf that does the translations at the moment, or ever, I don't know what the situation is there. What that means is, effectively to the end user, their settings will have changed and or reverted or regressed or what have you, right? At the end of the day, they will have changed. So what I want to do is just inform you that it has changed. So if you get a forum post, you can inform people, yeah, you could just change it back and it should be fixed going forward. Or it should stick going forward, but it was necessary as part of the rebranding. And the rebranding hasn't been done for Budgie desktop itself because of the scope of the changes, right? Because that means we're talking about all your applets being gone, your favorites being gone, your panel layout configuration being gone, your changes to D&D, and so on and so forth. So the scope of those changes would be, and the impact to users would be much broader compared to just the Budgie desktop view, which I think has, like, I mean, I could check. I go to Budgie desktop, I guess. A Budgie desktop view, data, schema. So we have, these are enums 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Realistically, it would be 7 changes that people have done. So, yeah. I completely forgot. People might not even notice if, in fact, they won't have noticed if they never enabled to begin with, because it never was on, and therefore, they wouldn't have noticed the changes, like the icon size and whatever. I think I had enabled it by default though for the Budgie desktop branding, but I'm not sure if there ever was a stable release of Solus that came out with that change. Time is a blur. Or if it was just the ISOs I'd cooked for Open Collective and the end of the year stuff or something. Is that a new chair? Nope. It is not a new chair. It's been the same chair I've had for a long time now. I'd like a new chair, but it's not a high priority. So, right. So we have all this. So this is applying one of our core pillars of being a platform rather than a product. The goal with Budgie 10.6 and future releases of Budgie is to provide a macrocosm or a minimal set of tightly coupled components and leave the rest of the ecosystem up to the decisions and values of downstream consumers, be that distributions or end users. This macrocosm in Budgie 10 series is currently the following, and it's that. Okay. Right. So what I'm going to do is I feel like I'm not going to address the let's add a massive thank you note here. Thank you. I want to. Although, is it coming from me? Yeah. Would like to thank all the amazing contributors that have made this release possible, provided feedback on our let's do something clever here, matrix server, right? And then we're gonna go copy pasta, and supported our future, our vision of Budgie. Special thanks go to Foss Freedom at Sarabit, at Eben Jaeger. I need to make sure, yeah, it's with an E. I always have to double check that's an E and not an A. And then I can't write the Julian part. Oh, this person can also contribute it. So let's add them. And of course, this is just like alphabetical, right? It's not like by contributions, of course. Just the people that have contributed. And God, so many changes. Here we go. Nice. There we go. I think that's everybody for 10.6. Okay, did we finally write the release notes? I think we did. Oh yeah, I guess I'll probably want to deal with the images preemptively, just so when I do the tag, there isn't like a massive amount of time between the tag and the tarballs getting uploaded. So let's go ahead and go to, I guess, pull requests, Sarabit, did the tab switcher style. Okay. This is going to be a bit tricky. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, whatever. That works. All right, Inkscape, because GIMP sucks. And somehow it's easier for me to do things in Inkscape than it is for me to do it in GIMP. All right, just always on top and do copy image. Copy. Okay, stat. I discovered Krita and never looked back. Yeah. Okay. Fix. It should have some, right? I think I just have that. Haha, I literally do have it here. Lol. Okay. Oh god. I really need to change my Inkscape stuff to use pixels by default. 1920, 1080, which is definitely too large, but whatever. Just try to dump all this. SPR. Yeah, so we're gonna, can I just copy image? Copy image. And it goes to I'm glad I asked for the before and after photos because it would have been a real pain to get all these after. Because it would have required me, you know, to go to the PR from before, or go to the commit before this, build it, install it, take screenshots, revert, go back, like so on and so forth. Take more screenshots. All right. I'm only gonna pick the ones where like it really shows the changes. Copy image, and then we have this. Now let's open these side by side. Can I spot the differences? Yes, workspace. I'm not sure I'm going to use that as an example though. It's good to have it there, but people are going to look at that and be like, what the fuck? Is that how Budgie looks? Why is everything centered like that? Without realizing, like, it's for testing, chill people. It's to validate that there's a minimum size thing now. Like, oh my god, it's so dumb they have all those applets in the middle. Alright, so we're gonna do document size of 1920 by 1080. Oh, you know what? I should probably just do this in Figma. That would have been the smart thing. Let's move these. Zero. Oh my god, no. Fucking pixel. Thank you. Why is this not 1920? Why did it round down? Oh, it's so triggered. Okay. Increase this by... Well, I mean, I feel like I could just include this photo by itself. Then you don't get the joy of making things harder for yourself. Yeah, exactly. God, somebody understands. Before. And then after. Okay. What are the font sizes? Font for this? Auto Sans. So it's not Auto Sans as the default. Okay. Okay, so one thing I want to do is, it's not going to be Lime, don't worry. I just want it to be, how about just not this? How about this? Okay. We'll go with 1920 by 80 maybe, 120. And we need this to be on the page, and drop it, no, not screenshot, drop it down like this. And the reason why I'm doing that is I want these to be aligned. Selection area, okay. Let's align to last selected, align to last, align. Oh, do they have different spacing? Kind of hard to tell. Whatever. Yeah, I need to trim the white from around it. Is there an extension for it? Surely there is. It's Inkscape. What do they not have? Filters. Pixel tools, no. What I'm trying to do is just take the white that's around, and then I'm gonna have to do this. This is actually one thing. Oh, now I might actually need to use GIMP for these specifically. Let's do that. No, discard. Open this up on the side. Okay. So we're gonna do all the befores first. Where the fuck was that? It's a different PR, wasn't it? Okay. Before, copy. Okay. After that. Okay. Like, I know there's technically drop shadow. Well, maybe there is some value in having it. I'm so undecided about that. Like, it makes alignment harder, but just align with all these. But then like this is different. What is up with the wallpaper there? Oh, just had to make it difficult for me. Couldn't have like done it with a white background or something. Can I copy directly from here? Probably not. Let's close these. I think I might need to do that. But hey, this is actually part of the release process. It's boring, but this is exactly what it's like. We do copy image. And then up image. Okay. So what we're going to do here is this. So we have that set. Now I want to say it's inverted. Subtract. Maybe. No, it's not. Oh, it might be this. God damn. No, just cancel. Cancel all the things. All right, what if I did just a color replacement? I can't say I expected this to be the time I would be spending the most thing on, but you know. Color to alpha. I want a color picker. I want very specifically this color. But it's not actually. How about this color? See if it works now. Color to alpha. No, still not. Great. It would be much simpler if I could figure out the inverted thing. What is it even flipping out on now? Like, why is it? Definitely a software engineer, not a graphic designer. Why is it doing expand from center? Fuck off. Now it's not letting me. Oh, this is exactly why I hate Inkscape. Like, it's just straight up not letting me fucking clear the... What is this? What's going on here? Alright. Done with you. I've come to the conclusion. Well, I don't give a shit. Selected. Bring this up a little bit more. All right, I'm just not going to have these. Beat these. They're the more presentable ones. Right. Need spacing, distribution on these, selection area. Apply. Christ, fine. I'll do this one then. That's fine. That'll do. Okay. Let's go ahead, group all this, move that by 50. Let's reduce the font size here. $36. Reduce this to probably 80. Okay. Bring these up a bit. Do the same deal. Equidistant, equidistant. Group that up. So we want this plus 50. So we could just do literally the width of it and then plus 50. See if that's enough. No, actually it'll need to be plus 100. There we go. I'm gonna make it completely white. Okay. Group, and then what's the Budgie? Budgie is a desktop environment for Linux. So we're going to do before after Budgie dot png, and I will actually need GIMP to convert it to a JPEG. That's fine, whatever. It's a bit on the large side. Do wonder. We scale it down a bit. We do scale. That's for scale limit. We did it by percentage. 75%. Kind of lose out on the detail. We'll just have it like that. Okay. Budgie is also open. Yes, it is also open. Like GNOME/KDE, etc. Yes, exactly. All right, so the first thing we want to do is actually a new release of a Budgie desktop view. And for that, the release notes are fortunately pretty short. So we could just do gedit. Budgie desktop. We'll do 1.2. Changelog schema change / rebrand from us.getsol to, if you have time to take a food break, you could say the chorizo stew is super good. Is that right? Org.buddies of Budgie. So we did that. And then I also updated to use Budgie Control Center. And fix launching of some file types. That's basically it. Yeah, because that was in 2021. So that's simple enough. So we can do 1.2. Search for anything else, 1.1.1. Nothing else. Great. Git add mason.build, git commit, tag 1.2 stable release. Let's see, what was this? Type directory. But are we using that at the moment, or do we just set it up? Rm, let's see, sudo sudo rm techrf build Mason Ninja sudo ninja. Okay. I guess we haven't incorporated the translations yet, so that's fine. We'll just keep it like this for now. Did I copy over the make? I did copy over make release. I'm not going to do the GPG armor verify stuff though. Just because I don't know what the situation is with my... Well, I could actually fire up. Because I was cleaning up my keys on my work machine. I don't know if that translated over. GPG list keys. It did not. So yeah, I'm going to skip out on the GPG armor signing stuff anyways. Most people aren't going to pay attention to that and won't give a shit anyway, so it doesn't matter. We're going to do a git tag. Git tag 1.2. Oh, did I say 1.2 or some other release on Ghostwriter? 1.2. Okay. So we're going to do /make release. Okay, it's been tested. We now have a release for that. We could remove Budgie desktop view 1.1 star. Oh no, this ls. All right, v 1.2. We are going to go over to Budgie desktop view preemptively. Move that off screen. We're going to do a git push and git push tags. Move this off to the side here. A new tag is out. Draft a new release. Oh no. What did I do for main Budgie? Did I use V or non-V? I used V. Git tag D 1.2. D git push tag delete origin 1.2. Okay, I'm gonna do git tag v 1.2 git push tags. Refresh 1.2. And we could drop our binary that was generated here. Okay. All right, so that has been released, which is nice. Okay. Now, I guess comes the moment of truth. But before that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mark myself as be right back. And I'm going to use the restroom and run an ad break. And then we'll tag Budgie desktop 10.6. So, be right back. All right, I'm back. Had to also try the Trizo thing. So we have the release of the desktop view done. Now it is time for the main thing, right? We ready? I'm ready. Get log. We have that. Let's search for 10.5.3. All right, yeah, let's probably want to update. I guess it's all those data files. Need to update as well, which is fine. Should we do a sync translation? So it's scripts, I think. And update translations. TX not found. Oh, did I never? Oh, okay, we're gonna have to do that for 10.5.1 or 10.7 then. Because I haven't apparently installed the Transifex tooling under a DevOS. That's okay. It's not a requirement. So we're gonna go 10.5.3 to 10.6, right? Define and replace. Pretty simple. Git add, git commit, tag 10.6 release. Git tag v 10.6. We'll make the mistake of omitting the v from version. All right, we're gonna rm tag rf our build directory. We're gonna run our make release, which isn't here. I guess it is just Meson dist, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, you know what? It's probably in scripts. Make release. All right, let's see. So, yeah, Budgie screensaver. Let's go back over to Ghostwriter. This all seems more or less fine. We'll need to add our desktop image, of course. Okay. It's doing the usual. Clear down the bottom. Oh, right. Not cancel. I don't want to do the... we're gonna redo this, actually. Oh, wait, no, I guess that is just because I didn't do the GPG stuff, so it won't create the ASC file. That's fine. We're gonna do a Nautilus dot, open this up, 10.6. Have all of our content there. Subprojects. Oh, for translations. .github is fine. .tx config is all fine. All right. Well, git push and git push tags. Let's do it. Let's. All right. Go over to the old Budgie desktop. 10.6. Did I do 10.6 or v10.6? Okay. Budgie 10.6. I don't have a clever... Oh, I should have come up with a clever name for it. All of the buddies. All right. Ghostwriter. Very nice. We need to add our image. So, open up this. before, after, JPEG. Okay, that's good. Let's add some emojis as well, shall we? I assume we could actually rocket. Nice. Okay. Create a discussion and announcements. Sure, why not? We are going to have Budgie Desktop 10.6 uploaded. Make sure all the links go to the right places. They do. Open Collective goes to the right place. EU Shop goes to the right place. All right. It is now published. Oh, nice. That feels good. Actually, you know what? Would this image be okay with it? You know, I actually would like to add this image. I'm gonna modify this. Oh yeah, that's better. I may have fixed the notification issue. Nice. Well, I hope that is actually the case. And this feels great, having a proper 10.6 release. See, is that milestone closed? We could close this milestone. Maybe I need to do some more validation. Require some X11 fuckery. Well, that I'm not surprised by. Alright. Unread notifications. Alright, it's all within the different org. Okay. Cool. Well, there is something I do want to check. Not seeing anything from if I go to Solus, people slouching off. Is there no, there's no budgie updates there yet. This disk. I need to flag the packages arch linux.org. Budgie desktop. Flag. Budgie 10.6 is now released. Be sure that Budgie Control Center also gets packaged, and please update Budgie desktop view. All right. Budgie desktop view. Flag out of date. Budgie desktop view 1.2 is now released via the Budgie organization alongside Budgie 10.6. 6 and new Budgie control center. We'll actually do a nice thing here of Budgie desktop view releases. There we go. All right, so that's been flagged, and hopefully we'll get somebody to package up the Budgie control center as well. Let's see, false alarm. I think it's an issue specific to multi-monitor, so I'll need to mess with it on my laptop. Gotcha. All right, so that's all done. So, I mean, I could do Budgie Site development. Would be one hell of a context switch. And I don't 100% know what I would be working on there, so that might not be that successful of a... Let's see. Of a thing. But we'll give it a go. So let's go ahead and probably Gatsby develop. Oh, npm pm develop run develop. Requires node for, oh right, nvm use. What? All right, fine, I'll create an nvm file then. .nvmrc. This is going to be, I don't know why it's saying I have that old release of Node.js though. Definitely isn't the case. 17.6 is what we'll go with. 17.6.0. nvm use. nvm install latest. Fine. npm install 17.6.0. All right, now if we do an npm run develop, oh right, nvm use. Now npm run develop. Okay. It might need to rebootstrap everything because it might not have been built against 17.x. And because it's using Webpack, it will take a while. Eben Yeager says Budgie stuff won't be this week. Already got kernels, Mutter, KD, and GNOME stacks. Is that right? I mean, what do you mean GNOME? I thought that wasn't until March 13th. No, it's actually March 23rd. The 41.4? Not really sure what the, okay. Whatever. Not my stack, not my concern. I don't give a shit. Not the time I would be spending, but hey, it's not my time, so. All right, blog. Yeah, so this is what we were coming up against, is we didn't actually have mock-ups for the blog. So that was the thing, without featured images and all that. I mean, we could not do, we could load up Figma here. And then load up the, which one was it? Probably this one. Okay. We have all that, right? To add this home page, we need to work on blog. Pages, should be home. I move this blog. Oh, it does just switch to it. Nice. Okay. So I need a new frame. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and work on oh, you know what? I think I could just create a frame using plugins, viewports, generate desktop views. What was I doing it for this one? Does it say? All right, 4K. Can I not choose 3840 by whatever? All right, well, that's disappointing. So I guess we'll go ahead and copy. Oh, I hope that doesn't copy everything inside of it. I bet it is if I do a copy. Well, whatever. At least provide us the opportunity to nuke this. Fostering asked about the Budgie tarball. Yeah, I mean, on the GitHub release. Desktop. Weird that it didn't give me the notification in the GitHub thing. Let's see. Okay. We have this, right? This is our empty canvas for the view, when in reality, I mean, the max size really is only 1920. Like, I'm not ever going to exceed that in terms of the size, so I probably could modify this canvas or this frame to be 1920. If I could find, okay, how many times am I gonna scroll past it? That's the real question. Here we go. Oh, what the fuck? That's not what I wanted. Oh, it's probably resizing the entire thing. 1920. Can I resize from the center? This 1920. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense because this isn't Oh, I just want... It's definitely 1920. Okay. We just gonna ignore it. Well, technically you are mentioned. You're mentioned in the original post. If like we go to the discussion thing at the bottom, there's special thanks here. But it might also be saying that because you have like administrative access and then you're like, so you might get the emails anyways. Anyways, right, Figma, mockups. I need to close out of some of this stuff because my brain's gonna get overloaded. Okay, so we have our blog. We are gonna want to import our image from here. And the reason for that is this is like our flagship image for the 10.6 blog. And before we get too carried away, let's resize this canvas to 1920. And then put this at 0. Okay. It's not called home, it's called canvas. Would be nice if it let me resize it. Okay, do this for now. Okay. I don't know what happened to the image, but reintroduce it, I guess. Resize for now, which is clipping the content. There we go. Okay. Expand this out. Okay. Now I'll probably call it news instead of text. News. Okay, we need, yeah, Roboto's fine, regular, we're gonna want probably condensed bold. Increase to 140, 144 is a bit large. 72? Something like that. This might get nuked, but we'll find out. And this will be sort of, we'll have more padding here. Let's go ahead and pull in our content from Ghostwriter, which hilariously I already nuked. Okay. Pull it from here. Okay. So we have all this. Oh, it didn't actually. Doesn't update the discussion when you update the release notes. Okay. Discussion. Okay. So we have all that. Let's go ahead and we have 12, we have 2021, 2022, and instead, because it is actually March 6th, we don't have to have this test file anymore. We can have Budgie 10-6 or 10.6. Budgie 10.6 released. Date is 2022-03-6. Featured image Budgie -10 6.jpg. Type of blog. Oh no. Don't tell me it did everywhere else too. Why did it do it here? Oh, okay. I could just delete that. Nice. Rocket emojis, I think I will probably need to replace it with get emoji, rockets, get emoji. Let's see. On says, hi chat, hello, welcome. I'm gonna add rocket. Nice. Okay. Is there a more thing like there is on Hugo? That's the real question. Don't really need this. Close. Close all. Close all of that. Okay. We are going to move this. Oh, did I never finish the release notes there? And opening of control center now opens Budgie control center. Update that discussion. There. Okay. So that's sorted. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, which I guess is sort of like some of the introductory text, I guess you could say. Does not need to be that large. It can just be regular text and go with 24 for now. What is his current zoom level? Let's do 100. Okay. So we're gonna want to resize this probably maybe 800 or something. Have it on this side. So, is there a reason you post as a discussion? Yes, it's just a one-click option to make a discussion and not a wiki entry because I don't want it to be a wiki entry. IMO discussions are more casual than release notes. I mean, it's worth keeping in mind. So, okay, well, let me take a step back. If I go to code, right? Go to releases and I create a new release, there's an option to create a discussion piece out of this. And the discussion piece in the case of this is like I posted it as under an announcement. Now what I can do is actually lock the conversation if I wanted to. I just don't kind of feel the need because I feel like people should feel like they could celebrate that and talk about the release there. In terms of the wiki isn't going to be used. Like, this wiki isn't going to be used. The idea is to use the Buddies of Budgie blog and documentation center. So I didn't see. Oh, I see. Didn't know about it. Yeah. Because eventually I'd like to just disable this entirely, and then we'll have our documentation center, which will. I'm not quite sure if we're going to duplicate the release notes as documentation or if we're going to just reference the blog post themselves. I actually don't know about that one yet. I feel like it'll probably just link to the blog post. Like we'll just have a release, like an index page of the releases and link to the respective blog post for it. Because like all of this is going to be open source, right? So it doesn't matter like where the content lives necessarily. Because if we need to update like the blog post, I mean, we would not blabbering on here. Right. So we have that. And if I go to this, you can see if I refresh 10.6. Why is it down here? 22. 2104. Oh, it's right. I need to reverse the array. Yeah, okay. So that gets pulled in. I need to update these to the GitHub stuff. All right, so we have this. We need to enable text wrapping. Auto height. Like so. All right, we're at 100% now. This is still probably too large for text. Or it might actually have been fine. There's just a lot of text. Well, no, that's an interval. Let's do 22. We're gonna want increased line height of 1.5. 150%. Have something like this. And this could actually be wider than this, right? It could be something like this. At first, we're gonna want to like copy this Budgie 10.6 released. Drop this down. So something like that. Okay. Like it needs to be the same color. So if I go here and I click on this fill option, there we go. Something like that. Have this align with the image. Hopefully. That. I feel like it needs to be squished a little bit more. Let's create another frame than this one. It's going to be 1800 by, I mean, the size doesn't, the height doesn't really matter, but we'll do 600 first, I guess. This is going to be heading frame like so. We're going to move this within that frame. Something like this. There. Okay, next I kind of want to use the same elements that we have here. Maybe even just have like this button. I copy the box itself. I don't know if I'll use it. I just want to kind of get the dimensions. Yeah, because they're both 900, so there wouldn't be any spacing. Let's use other, let's see, Microsoft blog. Yeah, I kind of like theirs with the, I do kind of like the walled look of it. Windows blog. So this has an excessively large header here, and then these sort of vertical card views, which I also kind of like. Let's see, Apple blog. Theirs are also these card views of smaller ones that also look nice. You know, actually, Material UI card. Sort of like this. Actually could probably be used. And how convenient that if I go here and I open up the main menu, open up my files, I have the Material UI templating design kit. Should be this one. So I have components here. They have cards. No, I want light theme. Oh yeah, I guess it would be these. Outlined is fine. I'll copy that over. Gonna go play some Risk of Rain 2. Good luck with the website dev. Well, it won't be much of website dev, but rather working on the mockups. But you know, I can't actually make progress on the website design without a design. But yeah, have fun, and thank you for your contribution to the Budgie 10.6 release, of course. It really is appreciated. Let's go ahead and add just a rectangle, a full size rectangle, right? Of 1920. We're gonna have the background be like FA, which might even be itself too light. Okay. We're going to move that down. What the fuck is it doing? Like so. Something like that. Can I group these up and then there we go. Okay. I mean, this is an option, right? Like if we take a look at the Microsoft blog, they sort of have this full screen thing. They have like this more news side panel. I don't think we really need that quite yet. It might be useful down the road if we want to have like the activity feed of like the Twitter and documentation center changes and that sort of thing. But for now, I don't think it's really necessary. So a simpler look of like something like this is actually kind of nice. Or what Apple does, where you have a card that's radiused. Oh, they actually have the entire background. The ray. Which, you know, I kind of understand actually. if we did that, and then change this to something like that, right? And then made this white. That could actually work. We have this, which I feel, I mean, this is just a radius box with clipping and all that. So we could actually just do this ourselves. So if we had it as, how much? 400? Add one here. One here. Actually, no, we could probably increase it to 600. Although that would, the downside of that is no radius, no padding. We did this, right? And if we did an alignment of this to this element, like so, then this would go in the center, something like that. This is outlined. There we go. Okay, that looks legit. All right, these could be white as well. And all of them have a border. Let's start with 15. Looks pretty good. What is going on here? Oh, there's a box behind it. There we go. They could all probably have border radius, like so. Although we don't want to have one because that will make it look a bit off on the for the image. Okay, so if I go here, let's see, code. What is a Budgie Site? All right, we have our content blog. I go 2021-04. Do we not have like a featured image for this? I guess not. We have one for 10.5.2. Okay. Drop this in, I guess. 2020, 12, Budgie 10.5.2. So oh, this wasn't released in 2020. This was 2021, right? No, it might have been 2020. At that. Thank God the pandemic is coming to a close, at least here in Finland. They just opened up the offices. Well, saying opened up the office is a bit weird given I've literally like worked at the office the entire time. But what I mean by that is like, it's official that if you want to come in and not like feel like you're putting yourself at risk, then there is that opportunity to do so. But I've like, ever since I started, there's only been one day where I haven't gone into the office for work. Okay. Have something like this. We're going to need a 16:9 aspect ratio on this, so we can actually just kind of this. That's 500 by 281. Then we should be able to take this. Can I clip? Use as mask? Or do I need to bring that to front? When I do page up, it doesn't actually like why is it selecting this? It's not what I'm choosing. Okay, if I select those two things, use this mask. Right. If I bring this to the front, select all this. Move this up here. Why is it making all this so difficult? What the fuck? There we go. Okay. Do this. All these need the radiusing, which fortunately we could do with independent corners. So we could do 15 there. This should be top right. So something like this, which I think doesn't look too shabby. So do they have dedicated buttons? They don't. I guess, yeah, they are exposing the categories, which is kind of nice. So I could do, I kind of like the idea of that. So if we did copy of this down here, right? So this is going to be Budgie 10.5.3. We do Budgie 10.5.3, blah, 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 blah. Just that. Bring this up. This is going to be 10.5.2. This is super vague, but whatever. Then copy this over here. And this is going to be for Budgie desktop view. Hey Murdy, welcome. Nice emotes as always. Budgie desktop view is our new in development desktop icons implementation for Budgie desktop. Something like this, right? Then we're going to want something that is, this is going to be releases. I'm going to copy this over. Actually, let's not copy it yet. So what I want to do is have something where we make this bold, then we do something like this, right? Copy it, move it over here. Still don't understand like why it's focusing on that. It's actually like I don't have anything selected here. Like I'm on this page. What is it doing? Send to back. Okay. Copy this, move it over here. And we need to bring to front, which apparently is not that key. Apparently that key is just to change the opacity. And change this to development. So you have something like this. This text can be smaller. 18, probably fine. Copy it to here. Budgie 10.5.3 released. Set this to being 24. Maybe. I think 22 is actually probably fine. Because we're going to bold it as well. The bold like this. Something like that. This is 10.5.2. Right? Bring this up. And we're going to do Budgie desktop view. First development release. Like so. Something like that. I know these aren't in alignment. Should be no. Something like that. How did they handle this? Oh, they don't even have... That is a way of doing it. Not having the description, just having the titles. Does Microsoft do that as well? They do. I think that's probably a pretty good reason for it. Dev12 says hello, hello, welcome. Yeah, you know what? It's actually not a bad idea. If we did something like this. Reduce these in height. Maybe 440. Bring these up. Why is it choosing this mask group? Oh, because this is accidentally in the... This releases there? No. Okay. We raise this up. Could do something like that. I feel like these could probably be increased to like 460. Up these down a little bit. It would have been easier for me to just design one card and then apply the styling. Apply like the changes. Yeah, that's something. So they introduced I'm not going to do this. What about Spotify's blog? Spotify blog. Surely they have one. They have a newsroom thing, which immediately burns my eyes. What about their engineering one? Immediately better. Okay. So they sort of also have this card view as well. They have a color here, and then they have the card sort of overlay, which isn't a bad idea. So they're also using a card for the main one, then doing that. Yeah. I actually don't mind that look. Like if we were to drop, no. What are they doing on theirs? They have a white background. And then they're using elevation on these. So effects, drop shadow. Something like that. Why didn't it do it for this one? So if we do this, blur like that, it's way too bold. I'll do like that. Probably too much. What are they doing on the card design? Just realized I can't actually use this as a reference. Elevated. We have this. Elevated light. It's an effects style. I don't know if I could use that, but we could find out. Plugins. No. Well, we'll get as close to it as possible and just be happy with that. So we need to change, I guess, the canvas back to white. Like so. It's the same box. Are they doing? So they're only doing on this corner, and then they're having it be straight edged there. And then they're doing rounding here. Because they have like a background. Which I could actually do. I just don't know how well it would fit with the design. All right, what's another big, let's see, Amazon blog? They're doing very slight stuff with minimal spacing. Theirs kind of looks not that great, to be honest. So, not going to use that as a reference. What else? It's another square block. That looks terrible. Twitter blog. Theirs is also just a linear list. That is very... Is this seriously their blog? Do they have an engineering blog? That's the same deal, so that's quite boring as well. What else? I guess I could check viewers. What does theirs look like? But they go with the grid layout as well. Dates are important. Yeah, they keep it simple with that. Do need to add the dates though. Let's see. It's over here. I've been lurking, yeah. Well, I have not been lurking. I have been working. Let me group these. Group selection. Can I flip the orientation? No, okay. I don't want to move the entire thing. Lock. Unlock. No? Okay. Great. Let's move these out then. The heading group. If it'll let me. Hello? Excuse me. There we go. Okay. I mean, I could just have... Oh, I have an idea of what I could do. I'm going to take this color. I don't know how well this is going to look, if I'm even going to like it. I can't know unless I try. Do 400. Right? Do this. I don't need news text. Oh shit, it's moving only the news text. Do this. Move that down, send this to the back, right? Good day, congrats on the release. Thank you. We just got it released, you know, like 30 minutes ago. Oh, an hour ago. Apparently I've been working on this for an hour already, which is kind of crazy. So it's 2 discussions, which I think is just me and Foss Freedom. But there's actually a discussion on GitHub for it as well, under announcements. But we have that, we have the Budgie Control Center, and we have Budgie Desktop View. So the wolf pack grew by 1 in terms of components. All right, so we have this filling here. I'm gonna initially fill it like this. And then what we want to do is can I click that? Okay. I actually want to use gradient. That is no, I don't. There we go. It's the opposite. So we're going to go this way, all the way to the end here, right? So on this side, we're going to do this color just to make sure. Do it on both sides. Then we're going to slowly darken this. See how well that looks. Or maybe we actually stick with this color. And then towards the end, what we do is we brighten it up a little bit. Like that. And then on this page, what we're going to do is drop the, let's see, fill styling is going to be, oh, it's not actually, I need to modify the, what? Delete that. No, just straight up delete it. I don't need this shit. Okay. This then, right? Top bar. Fill is going to be like this. A gray background on 10.6. Even with that green. Yeah, I mean, it's still a work in progress, so we'll see what it looks like towards the end of this. Group 1. Because I still need to change all the colors here. These need to change to, let's see, selection colors. Then if we did something like this, change this button, excuse me. Change this button, fill color to white, and then the text within it to black or something. Maybe change this to white. No. Not feeling it. It's not calling out to me. Like, you could say it's the gradient, but I don't know. What if we just did, instead of solid, solid green actually improves it a bit. Oh, that actually, you know what? That's kind of calling out to me a little bit more. Like a muted, bit of a muted color. We did this. It's like going to the blog is like going to the engineering room almost of this. Maybe that doesn't need to be pitch black. We have news, like so. And then for this card, we do the same deal, right? Have it like this instead. Then we do width of 1800. Like so. Move this over here temporarily. Where is this? Up this down here temporarily. I really need to make use of these frames. Okay. Let's do this. We're gonna have a new frame. So you can think of frame as like just a group, right? We have 1800 by 460, right? And even that might be a bit too much. But we'll have this frame, and this is going to be featured blog. In that featured blog, we're going to have our card BG. Like so. And then we need this image. What's going on here? What? Or was I not moving the group? Just the elements? Oh. Well, now I can't access them. It's annoying. We have this, card BG. We move this down, right? Move this down. Like this. It's not like moving the entire thing when I move the frame. Well, now it is. Oh, you know what? I think it's clipping. Yeah. Let's see. If I revert that, so it's let's see, clip content. There we go. Okay. That would have solved a lot of my issues. We select this, move it here. Have this be 460 in height. Once again, align like this. Right? How are they doing it on the Apple blog? They're doing it like this. Oh, so they're not doing any border radiusing on the card. They're just using box shadow. Because I just kind of like what they're doing with their engineering thing with the header card. So yeah, maybe that's my mistake of trying to do drop shadow in this manner. We have something like this, where it's in the center. Now these elements would need to probably line up. So we do this, we have this group. Let's ungroup that actually. Ungroup. Have this up here. Something like that. And then this here as well. Change this to be like that. It's too dark. You know, that doesn't look too bad. It looks a little generic. It's got to be said. If I drop the border radiusing on the card, however, and I increase the drop shadow for blur maybe. I feel like doubling the blur would be good. And then we need to increase the opacity a little bit. Something like that. I don't want it to be I definitely want it to be positive 4. But I don't want it to actually... It's something like that. When you do the box shadowing in proper CSS, it doesn't look like this. You could have it like only be at the bottom rather than also be at the top. So I'm just gonna probably need to pretend that doesn't exist, but to start. For this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy, and we are going to move this over here. We're gonna put, like that better. Yeah, it's definitely, actually when was this released? I feel like that green gradient just wasn't fitting it. So April 27th, 2021. April 27th, 2021. And this was December 2nd. Oh, right. I released this on my birthday. December 2nd, 2020. God, I can't believe that was fucking that long ago. This was November 26th, 2020. November 6th, 2020. Okay. I copy this over here. Like the alignment isn't going to be perfect either, but frankly, I don't care. We're gonna fix this soon anyways. Development. Increase it this way. Decrease it this way. All right. Yeah. Not quite sure how I'm gonna implement that. I imagine it has to do with some absolute positioning magic, but we might be able to get away with it with the container layer, like maybe layering containers. There's probably a way to do it with the Material UI. I would say that's not terrible. I still don't know how I'm gonna do the pagination, but at least we got the initial design for that worked out. Oh, we need to copy this. Copy these two. Put them here. Something like this. Then this needs to be clear over here. Yeah. Okay. Right, next up is probably going to be working on it, I guess. So what we're going to want to do is go over to Budgie Site here. Why my noise canceling is acting a little different right now. I don't know why. Maybe the insulation changed. Okay, all right, so we have our blog. So for this, we're just listing LU, UI. Oh, right, post, data, blogs, and we need to do a reverse immediately. Because we want... Oh, fuck you. Blogs. So post. We're gonna do a let. And post is equal to post.reverse. Reverse, so most recent is first. You might even be able to do it here. in the GraphQL. Yeah, so here we go. 10.6 desktop view. 2021. What? Oh, it just might not be. All right. Got to figure that out now. See, GatsbyJS order blog posts. Okay. Yeah, sort with GraphQL. So there is a sort capability based on front matter. So we do a query, blog index, front matter, and then we get posts, edges. Oh, Gatsby, all MDX. Okay. No? Okay. Here, recon me. Oh, I guess there, you know what? There is the GraphQL stuff. If I scroll up, here, we can literally copy this, right? Like it's Budgie 10.5.3. I love that. It just has the GraphQL Explorer built in. So would it be here? We have a filter. Can we do sort? All right, sort by, I don't know what the sorting would be like. GraphQL sort. Oh yeah, I guess you would do just pagination through the GraphQL query. I want sorting. Order by. That's what Prisma. Well, they have GraphQL. Sort. The ordering of your results can be specified with sort. So you do fields and then front matter underscore underscore date, where the date comes from front matter. Okay, so we need to expose front matter. Should also be front matter date in our query. So we do front matter date, like so, and then it would be fields and then order ascending as an example. So if we did GraphQL front matter date, and then sort, and then within that object we have fields, front matter, like so. Double check that I did that. So it's Oh no, it's just. So it's sort and then an object. If I did this. Oh, right. Let's filter. So we did some like filter and sort. And like that. If I run it. Okay, so if we need to do descending. So now the first one is Budgie 10.6, then 10.5.3, and then 10.5.2, then Budgie desktop view. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and hold this in. This needs to be this. All right. So now if I do over here, it is properly sorted, which is great. So the first one is always going to be that big featured image, I guess. So we are going to want our page base here, which includes our nav. However, I guess it's a bit different because this has been, the banner is there. Let's see what MaterialUI provides for MaterialUI core. Components. Might be a surface. A paper surface. Elevation. Let me take a look at page base. So page base includes our theme provider, our CSS baseline, a container that has a max of full HD, which is correct. Okay. And then all the children, which works on the home page. But even this I would want to be full screen. So I feel like, what if I did this? Wouldn't really notice the difference here. Did it not compile? Supposed to be. Oh no, actually there is a change. Okay. So that fixes that there. So we have our nav. Within our nav, I feel like I might need to convert this to a class, and then we can specify different props more granularly, including having a background on the nav. Because then we just have two and it looks like they're uniform because there's no margin between them. Might be able to do that within container. Let's see, container. Here, container. Yeah, then we just have a box, which is like styling. Yeah, let's go ahead and convert this to a class. So I'm going to do export default class is equal to actually it's going to be I'm trying to remember. I have it somewhere, right? It's a default class. No. I'm almost tempted to fire up my work laptop. I have, hold on. If I go to my website, my GitHub. Wow, I'm not using classes here at all either. Okay. There's a React component. Am I even pulling in? I am. Let's start with the interfaces, I guess. Technically, type page base props is equal to this. We need to specify nav background color, the string, use custom nav background. Actually, we'll just do BG. So nav BG color, and that's going to be a Boolean. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine for now. Technically, it doesn't have to be. I could do this. And then this needs to extend FC object. Oh, right. Type of page base props. Okay. Extends React dot or of type interface page base props is of extends React dot FC component props. Oh, it might not be that. What was the type of this? Children JS X dot. I feel like it's. Why isn't it providing me the type completion this? React children? No, definitely not it. Wait here, React element. Type element. React element. Get something like this. Maybe that did the trick. Okay. Well, let's find out. So the container for this actually needs to be moved over into nav, because for this props we need nav props, and then for this we're actually going to do export type nav props. I'm going to pull this in. Extends props interface. So we have our props here, which is going to be of type nav props. So you have a box. Okay. So the first thing we're going to want to do is we know we need to have a container that's full HD regardless. So we definitely need to add this in here. Let's go ahead and fix this. Right? Then we have our box, which contains our application bar. So you have this container. Now the question is, so if we have a container, we have max width of, and it's going to be, well, actually, come to think of it, we do this. Use custom nav bg is equal to true. We could just do this. For props. Why is it complaining about this? The fuck is wrong with you? What if we had a root initially? Then within that root we had content. Right, so we had something like this. Have our root. with our closing tag. And then if props is true, props dot use custom nav is true. Then what we're going to want to do is have a box, right? And this box is going to have a background of background color of the props.navbg color. Otherwise, we're just going to have an empty root thingy here, right? What's it complaining about now? No closing tag. Yeah, it's fine, I think. We do something like this. If it's true, we'll do a closing tag of box. Otherwise, we'll do a closing tag of the root. And actually, do we even need this? Yeah, so this is shitting bricks. I mean, there's another way I think I could do this, where we have const opening tag, like so. We have a const of a closing tag, which is this. Right? Oh, it's still having issues. I mean, I guess there isn't anything to stop me from doing box and then something like props dot use custom or SX. We have styling, right? And then can just do this. Background color. Props dot nav bg color. Or empty. Like that, maybe? It's not freaking out now. Slash box. Right, something like that. It's rebuilding, successful. If I go over to here, it seems not fine. We have our root container. Oh, I guess it is a max of. Let me double check. We go box. I mean, this is literally just like a div. It's like what the equivalent is. But it allows you to use the SX stuff. Like otherwise there isn't any sort of like margin things as far as I'm aware. Oh, but did we ever remove from page base? We did not. So if we did this, right? And then go back. Let's see. Do page base, and then we do nav BG color of, what do we have for Figma? In Figma. The triple E. All right. Do we have that in our theme? We do not. So we did MISC, light gray, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do miscellaneous, light gray of string. Okay. I think we're pulling in our theme already. Or no. Okay. We have this. So we have our site theme. And then I'm going to do site theme dot palette, right? MISC dot light gray. Okay. If we go to blog, it did nothing. Okay. That's a little unfortunate. Should be this. I go to nav again. Background color props nav BG. Yeah. We're defining it. I don't think we need to do it this way. We're passing it through page base. We are not. Okay. Props. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll find out. Well, shit, it did actually work. I can't say I was expecting that. If I go to the home page, it's empty. Like the nav background is empty like it should be. Okay. We need to fix the... So instead of margin top, it used to be padding top. And padding bottom. Nice. Though that is excessive. Okay. We're on the home page. That's fine. Okay. But that's not affected by anything. We have our about page, which we'll need to stylize and figure out how we're going to do that first, or how we're going to do that in terms of the mock-up, because I want to have the timeline and roadmap, all that kind of stuff in. All right, so we have that. Next, we need our main header doodad. So it's probably this. Just a box with a container with the headline. Probably doesn't even need to be that. Probably just a box and then typography within it. How am I going to do that card overlay? That's the question. So they have example on cards, right? Like, I just want to see if there's like a pre-built component for it before I start writing my own. Oh, backdrop. Oh. That's not the thing. Pop over, text size, you have all the data components. You have some lab stuff. Surfaces. Accordions. I mean, there isn't really anything that's probably stopping me from doing it with a background gradient. That could work. Try that. And have that be like the first third of the header or whatever. So if we did the news thing here, so we're still going to want that. So our new box, and it's going to be SX of the background color is going to be the site theme, like so. Let's pull in typography as well. We do typography, variant of H1. Now we're going to do news. That. Need to fix the missing typography import. And we're going to want to make sure it's centered. Here it is, typography. So themes, typography, align, and it's going to be center alignment. So let's go ahead and break this out into a new line already. Something like that. How does it look so far? What is it complaining about? The box is not defined, right? That's an easy fix. Like this. Okay. We want that to be bold and probably a header level 2 or heading 2. We have variants, and then we have, I guess we need to do that ourselves. It's fine. Okay. What we could do beyond this is our margin. What's it complaining about here? expects a single, okay, but multiple were provided. What if I just did something cheeky here then? Children, any. Then I won't complain. Okay. Or it shouldn't complain. We are gonna want padding on this, which I think we could just do PT of 2, PB of 2. Okay, what if I did it within? No, surely box has that. No, it'd probably be container, actually. Container. Max width of full HD. No, that doesn't have it either. Okay. We'll do this. Background, and then padding is going to be, it should be PT 2. See if that even works. Surely that's just part of a base thing. Padding. If I did this. No, okay. Something like that, and then we have our component. Or our main thing. So we're going to have our components here. We have blogs. Oh, sorry, we have pages, and then we have home. So we're going to need blog folder. Then within that blog folder, we are going to want a hero. Actually, we'll do featured blog.tsx. Okay. This is our featured blog. So we're going to import React because we'll need that. Let's see. We take a look at this. We're going to want container as well. Right, we're going to want link. Let's move this over as well. There. We're going to want stack. We're going to want typography. And I think that might be it. If I take a look at, I guess it's handled by the image stuff. Yeah, we'll stick with this for now. Okay. And this is going to be a post, which is just no information provided. All right. Export type featured blog props. going to be post of any, I guess. Is there like a Gatsby post? Do I need to define that myself? I need to dig into the type declaration for some of the Gatsby things. Because it's going to be a bit frustrating if I add more stuff to the front matter as an example, or to the query. And it doesn't propagate. I mean, what I could do is, where am I even using this? Blog index data? But where are we using this? Basically nowhere. Okay. Sure. Well, we'll do export default function of featured blog, which is going to take in our post of any, because it doesn't really have a data type yet. All right, and then after that, we are going to take in, so it's going to be a container with a max width of 1800 pixel. I don't think it being a string is going to work, but I could try an object 1800. Something like that. So it's going to be this container, which could technically be. Let's take a look at drop. Shadow. Oh no, it'd be paper actually. Where is it? Paper. Need to pull in paper. And then we'll have a container with the max width, right? We'll do 1800 pixel like this. And then within that, we'll have our paper, which is going to be the elevation of 3. So this will provide our components that background radius, make it look a little fancy. Square, so we're gonna make sure it's square as well. Square is gonna be true. So we disable the rounded elements. Okay. Then we need our child content. So within this, we'll have our image, and then we'll have our, where is it? Have a stack. Then within that stack, we'll have our image. Then within this image, within that other stack, we're gonna have another stack, and then that's gonna have our link to the post.front.matter.path. This is going to be h2, so we're kind of just copy pasting this like so. We'll have our post excerpt like we have here. Then within that, probably some form, we'll have the date and the categories. For now, let's stick with this. We need to add link as well, which is from Gatsby actually. Like so. What is this complaining about? No overload matches. Try this. What's going on here? Export default function. Oh, this needs to be props. Let's try this. Of type is equal to React dot function. React dot FC. Let's export const featured blog is of type React dot FC with the given props type of our featured is equal to our blogs. It's an arrow function like this. Then returns our props. So these need to be props.post. I still don't understand why it's complaining about this. I'm gonna choose to ignore that for now. All right, I'm gonna do feature blog post with the post being the oh, that's actually point console.log. The fuck is it bitching about now? Page base. All this. Oh, right. It's so unforgiving. Okay. Now if I check the developer tools, go to console, we have an array of nodes. Okay. So it's a some node thing. Okay, so it's just the first item. So here's what we're gonna do. Post, and that's gonna be post 0. Right? And this featured is going to be our component. So we're gonna do import from / components blog page base. Feature blog. Let's see. Is it up a level? We have that. And then it's, oh, pages, blog. Runtime. Likely forgot to export. Did I? So we have export nav. I mean, no. It's complaining about this. Max width. Oh, I guess it's probably, it has to be like this. If I drop this. Not reacting to that change. Okay, what am I doing wrong? So our React FC, React function component of type feature blog post is equal to a prop of the same thing. That's an arrow function, which returns our container, which is our root thing. We then have paper, which has an elevation. It's square to square. It's square of true. Let's open up container. Max width LG. What do I have for the theme? LG. No. Could do this. Log featured blog. Actually, I could do sub full HD of 1800. Then if I did max width like this, because I'm pretty sure it is max width. Yes. There we go. Okay, refresh. What's it complaining about now? What? Does not contain default export on the blog. Export default? No, that's probably not needed either. If I did this. Cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, that's the start. Nice. All right. That shouldn't also be happening, but I guess it's because we are passing props post. If I did this, console.log props.post, right? I'm gonna nuke this. Stop all that. Refresh. We have a node. Oh, okay. So what we need to do is pass dot node. Okay, progress. Elevation looks a little weak. What's the max elevation? There's something like that, maybe. All right, so you have this paper. It's actually, I guess technically it'd be this entire container that we need the background on. So we need a box. Then within that box we have a styling with a background of a gradient, I guess. CSS linear gradient. Let's see, is there a CSS linear gradient generator? Can never remember the syntax. Yeah, so I just want a syntax of this, right? And then the next one, and then F. Like this. This is going to be stop 200. No, I actually want it to be a pixel value. So we're going to do this, stop 20. Just so we could get this default. So it's going to be a linear gradient like this. Let's see how well we could get this. 180. Whatever. All right, so we have a linear gradient of 90 degree. Now the question is, if we specify it twice, is it going to consolidate them? I don't think it actually generated this. Oh, what? There. Okay. We did something like this. Let's see. Let's try this. Probably like, I don't know what box is. All right, so I pull this in. I'm gonna do 180 degree. I'm gonna do. Yeah, well, we'll stick with that for now. Watch the world burn. I can't tell the difference. I can't tell if it worked or not. We have this box. In theory it worked. It's very subtle. It did actually work. Oh. Right. Okay. Why is this entire thing taking up? What? This I don't get. But this being a container, that's kind of funny. So clearly that needs to be a box and then a container with it. We probably don't even need that. It could probably just be a box and then a line, like I was originally thinking. And then we have a box, so this allows it to take up the entire width. And then we have the container, which allows it to take up to 1800 pixel. And we have this, which is smaller for some reason, even though it should really take up the entire width of it. We have a stack. Well, we're definitely setting this. What if we did 200? We did 50 pixels or something. 50 pixel. It never ends. Oh no, it's... What if I did 51 pixel? Okay, so that's how I would be able to do that. All right, that makes sense. It's probably a bit too small, maybe 61 pixel. Something like that initially. We fixed that up. All right, we're making progress. It was just very confusing at first. Okay. So we do 60 pixel, 61 pixel. All right, so that'll fix that. And next we need box, no max width. That's fine. Update that. There we go. Holy shit, it's actually coming together. Nice. All right. So next up is going to be that image, right? So we need to probably do, is there a Gatsby image? I forget. Import the image. Is there? My God, is there an image? Gatsby image. Now let's talk about the actual, what is it, part of the plugin? The static image. Do I have that? Gatsby plugin. Oh, we have, okay. What's this? Adds responsive images. Okay. Where are we pulling in? Surely we're pulling in an image somewhere already. Like, oh, here probably, and here. So let's take a look what we're doing there. It's not, well, I guess technically Lightbox image is probably using it. It's literally just an image. Okay. Oh, we could give that a go. Not gonna hurt anything. So we're gonna do, we have our stack, so let's actually look up the API for stack real quick. Because I can't remember if it's direction. It is direction. Okay. So we do direction by default, so it's gonna be row, which is like this. Okay. And then within that, we're gonna do props.post.frontMatter dot, it should be featured image, right? Actually, what we could do is actually reference our 10.6. So we have featured image. We're going to do this. So if it's defined, we're going to do image source. and it's going to be props.post.frontMatter.featuredImage. Otherwise, we're just going to have empty node here. Boolean is not assignable to type string. Type of. If I did this, there we go. Source. Let's try this. Oh, I know. I think I know what I did wrong. I mean, for one, we don't have a closing tag. What's this? What's going on? Source. Unexpected token. Right. That should do the trick. Let's try this. That's how that JSX stuff is supposed to work. Props.him. Oh, right, yeah, I guess I forgot it is the and. Thank you. You're probably like, look at the frickin'... Look at the chat! Let's see. This condition will always return false. Okay, we're gonna do this. Type of. Okay, we're gonna do this at. Oh, no, that should actually work now. Oh, it was complaining about it being of type, me treating it of type bool, but then treating it as type string. Even though using it as a variable basically is like a definition check, so you're not really using it as, well, it's, yeah, a definition check, which then treats it as a Boolean, but it shouldn't be an error. It's, I think, more a symptom of the fact that there's no type handling for this. But it isn't actually doing that. Yeah. Props post. I do wonder though. Front matter path. Oh, we're not querying the featured image in our GraphQL. Must have a selection of subfields. All right, let's use the GraphQL Explorer then. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Not you, chat. Just Gatsby. GraphQL. Okay. We have this, and we want the featured image, which is probably going to be the relative path. Oh, that's per filter. No, I want it to be edges. We have date, and then featured image, relative path. Definitely not absolute path, just relative. Okay. It's going to be all that and then featured image, relative path. So now the question is, if we don't have one, so it returns null. So if it's null, then okay, that's good to know. So we're going to do props, featured image is not equal to null. We'll do this and then relative path. Undefined. Props, post, front matter, featured image. Reading relative path of undefined. Let's strip this out because I want to check what it's actually returning here. We have ID, then front matter. Featured image, relative path. Resaving that, I guess. ID, front matter. Now it's doing featured image of null. And it's definitely set. Don't you have to rebuild or something? GraphQL stuff. I mean, this rebuilds, this does my GraphQL. Gatsby handles all the GraphQL stuff for me, and I was just, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Apparently just resaving the file, I guess, updated the last modification time, which caused Gatsby to rebuild it and then spit out the console stuff. They're not really sure why that suddenly worked. I still also don't get why it's setting our featured image as null. When it should be a relative path, or it should provide the relative path. Like this. As part of the node, and then front matter, and then featured image. How long is your stream gonna go for? That's a good question. do just props.post, which is the entire object. Passing a node. Let's do it here. Console.log posts. Right. We have node 0, SO 0, and then node. The front matter, feature image of null. 1 node. Sorry, 2 node featured image. Dot relative path. Is it actually checking if the file exists? What if I did this? Featured image, Budgie desktop settings.jpg. One node. Don't matter. Featured image. It is. It's actually checking that it exists. I wish it didn't actually do that. I feel like that's it being too smart for its own good. Oh, fucking this is this up. Open. Gimp. Export as .jpg to, I'm gonna undo. Zero 3 and then budget. Okay, there we go. So now, oh fuck, I named it the same thing. Oh, whatever. Delete that. Rename Budgie 10.6. Okay. Now, front matter, relative path. Yes. So it's working now. Well, lessons learned, I guess. We have all that. We have relative path, a featured image. To restore this. It's failing to get it. Oh yeah, I guess it's the relative path of the. Okay. What other options do I have available to me? Because I feel like relative path should be relative to. Well, I guess that wouldn't fix it either. I feel like 2020. No. 03. Well, that should work though. Even that's not working. Okay. I guess it's because it's relative to the current directory, so it's not even the current directory. Public URL. Oh. maybe this will do the trick. Hey. Okay. Nice. All right. We are gonna need to set some fixed dimensions for this though. Probably. But no, we're getting there, and that's off to the side. Okay. How do we want to accomplish that? We could do... So when I think about it on mobile, we're going to want it to be vertical. So this is probably going to need to be something like... We're going to have to do some conditional logic there with our media queries. But I'm actually over time by half an hour, and I'm starving. So I think I will actually probably call it here. And this will be uploaded to my YouTube channel, of course. But I would say it's been a good stream. So we've released Budgie 10.6. I think that's kind of the major one, right? That's the one that was super important. Was its release. So this is the first release under the new Buddies of Budgie organization, and I'm very excited about that. That we got a new release with the new org, with a bunch of like really fantastic contributions. I mean, you could see like this is a chunky release. Like compared to our prior releases of the 10.5 series. So I'm very happy with that. And we also released an update to Budgie Desktop View. It's a minor one that fixes the launching of some specific files or file types and just doing a rebrand of the organization. And then after that, we started playing around with the website. So we went and started working on the blog post. So, you know, like this is our homepage, which actually I could just show live. I don't know why I'm doing it through the lens of Figma. If I go here, so this is like what the current homepage looks like, you know? And then when you click on blog, the idea is you would be presented with the blog with the featured image and all that. And for that, we are going to be doing something along the lines of this, at least the initial implementation. So that's the idea. We need to do some minor prop changes for the nav to get the button coloring to be a little bit different and stylize that. But this is sort of what the idea of it'll look like for the blog. And we started working on that, as we all know, because I literally just started doing that. So yeah, I want to appreciate everybody that's tuned in. As always, we are on Open Collective. So I'll go ahead and link that. So if you do want to financially support the project, you are welcome to head on over there. And the benefit, of course, of supporting the project is while I don't personally need the money, what this will do is it'll allow us to, you know, get a fancier GitHub action quota. It'll allow us to put up bounties for people to fix issues. Like earlier, I mentioned to Sarah Bit, Eben Yeager, and like Julian and the like, that there is now a bounty up to hopefully fix some of the flickering that happens when I get a notification and I'm playing a video game. Because that annoys me, but I don't have the time to fix it at the moment. So we're able to leverage some of that money towards actually incentivizing people to fix that. So there's that. But of course, if you want something out of it, if you want to be able to contribute and feel like you're getting something out of it, then we do have merchandise up, which is pretty exciting. So we have a EU and a non-EU store. So I will go ahead and throw that in And as well, these will be linked on the website, but because we don't have a website yet, they are just up on, you know, Twitter here. So what that means is go here, you could buy like a fancy hoodie, like the one I'm wearing right now with the nice Budgie logo, right? And you're able to, I'll actually switch my camera scene. Here you go. A nice Budgie logo, you're able to rep it at work like I regularly do. I get people asking, "Oh, hey, what's that Budgie on, like, or what's that like bird-looking thing on your shirt?" And I always say, "Oh yeah, that's the project I'm the BDFL of." They're like, "Oh, what's the BDFL?" I'm like, "Benevolent Dictator for Life." It's open source terminology for you. So you're always welcome to do that. And the profits, we do have very low margins on the shirts, just to make it so people are able to buy it and not get charged out of the butt for it. But there's low margins, but what we do make from it gets directly added to our open collective. Like they handle all of that for us. So that's super great. As always, we're on Fosstodon at fosstodon.org/@buddiesofbudgie. We're on Twitter, twitter.com/buddiesofbudgie. I'm Josh Strobl. I'm available basically everywhere as Josh Strobl, including on Twitter and here on Twitch and yada, yada, yada. I don't have a regularly streaming schedule at this point because work and mental fatigue and that sort of thing. So I would suggest following and enabling notifications so you know when I go live. More of the work I'll be doing will be on the Budgie side, of course. We'll try to get this hammered out and out to people as soon as possible. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. I appreciate you tuning in this Sunday. And I appreciate all of you that contributed to Budgie development for the 10.6 series. It's great. It's really appreciated. And that's going to be it for today. So until next time, goodbye.